on the way. Doing all these useful things. Right. Doo -doo. Ah. Random people, getting them ready. I don't want to promote myself. Fine with this. Get everything set up so that we're all golden. One thing I've learned is that you really want to do all the YouTube thingies and make it, you know, I'm happy since I get a lot of people watching from it. I don't know about getting money from there. Probably never happening. But stream real fast. Okay. So I went through and added everything to the H-load now. And it runs faster now. There's definitely a speed increase, which is nice. I mean, it was all set to add to it, but I just never gave it an actual layer for it. And I wasn't going to do it in the blueprints, but then I discovered that I could just select everything on here and do it, and it was a lot easier. No? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so what do I want to work on today? I wasn't working on these. I know there's a bug. I need to keep a thing open to write down all these bugs as I get there. Some of the things just play really badly. And yeah. It's actually really hot in this room. One sec, I'm gonna open a window real fast. I moved everything around and then forgot to turn the microphone back on after doing the, going to mess with the window. Nice. He already has it do once. Okay, so this is enabled, do this. Particle despawn self. Where did I spawn the particle? Reset actions in there, blah blah blah. I just set visibility. If I'm just setting it visible, then too far from player goes on, blah 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 is captured, sure. It releases object, okay. There's like an order here that happens wrong, right? When I pick something up, because you can pick it up and then drop it again, and it causes an issue. Make note of this there. Magician particle vanishes. Comes even. Beam. Definitely lose about, you know, 5 to 8 FPS by streaming. More than that, it actually drops a bunch, so that's fine. Come on. Apparently if I set her down, she has no gravity. That's a problem. Big note here. All these things here that's wrong with the magician. When dropped, object, actually, NPCs have gravity. Do when thrown. Okay. No problems. I'm just making a big, long mess of things here. Massage today. It felt great, but still feel a bit beat up. I can resolve this problem here. So let's see, release object. Gravity should be enabled from here. I don't. These are off keys. That time worked. Alright, with that. Gotta make a nice screenshot of that. Keep track of what's going on. Oh. These particles just want to capture object. Capture release particle. Release object. So release actually triggers more than once. I think the problem is actually right here. Not that concerned about the FPS while I'm streaming because I get so much FPS when I'm not streaming that it's like just a computer problem, not a... Yeah, it like literally just spawns it immediately. Not always though. Might as well put the Discord link there and get maybe potentially anyone. Alright. Logo for Twitch is terrible. Perfect. Everything I've ever wanted. Anyway, that looked later. Now I realize. Sure. So. I'm just looking at this here and the order of things that's happening. Okay, that brush is just like the worst brush ever. Just because it's this big thing that whenever I'm moving over there, I don't like it. The capture release particle spawn, capture release particle spawn, capture particle spawn. It's kind of doing it, but then. Because we're seeing there's a few problems here. One, it has no gravity when it's set down, which is interesting to me entirely. Why does launch give it gravity? Does it affect these too? Yeah, these other objects, so I should just look at their code. Their code is somewhat similar. Theirs works so much better. Alright, well, let's look at their code. How am I standing today? That massage and it was nice, but... Oh. Just been feeling beat up all week. Anyway. Right, so the pickup and drop for this is so much better. So for this has no simulate physics on either. That's interesting. I wonder why. It works really well, so I don't want to change much. Compare it against the code of the other one here. Off to the side here for a second. Let's start with a simple, you know, event on interact. But it sets it to simulate physics after that, but I don't need to do that. So is captured. This is an extra thing that has to be in there for these. Okay, current actions are the reset action does exactly the same thing. I'll leave this node. There's the captured object noise, sure. This one turns physics off. Guess I could do the same. Well, this is not even activated. This should be activated. Because visibility means that it's always running, and that's no fun. Deactivate it if you're not using it. That's basically the same, except for it doesn't involve drawer code. Figuring out the timing a second time just seems like a lot of effort, so, you know, I'd rather not do that if I can avoid it. Alright, and then the other one there, it does... People's too far from player, sure. Already there. And on release object, this one here, they're essentially identical. Okay. Does particle despawn? Kind of move these together a little bit. The other one at a 0.5 delay. Since it already looks pretty smooth, I might as well do exactly that. Right. This didn't even have to do once. I think I just leave that out because the other one works perfect, so what's the point? Why change it? But this capture changed twice. Shouldn't be necessary. Actually, no, let's leave the other one there. I don't know why this is there twice, but it definitely shouldn't be twice. Both of them hit twice. Similar otherwise. I don't need the second delay, that's true. The delay at the start. I think I'll actually solve a lot of problems, honestly. Anyway, that's too far from player. If that does, if it helps out. Really? Why? Didn't even deactivate once. Either have gravity? Why? Hmm. Hey, Bib Dubs. Something's so wrong with this character. Oh, well, she'll start moving immediately. Actually, wait. Got it. I have a conundrum on this one. Oh, being able to hit the button again is weird. Yeah, it just doesn't do what you want it to do. Hmm. That one. I just sit today. Took that massage and everything like that, and I'm just sore all over from the deep tissue massage. I'm like, oh, okay, well, standing is rough. Guess I'm gonna have to go through and put individual steps in every single thing just to see which is which, because I'm just getting, you know, particle spawn. It's looking like the well, actually, I hear it did it twice. It's captured to do it, otherwise don't. And then particle despawn should only do that there. In theory. Doesn't explain why they aren't falling though. If I launch them, they're happy, but if I don't launch them... I have an idea. It will solve the problem, probably. We'll just launch it like with a force of like 5 down or something like that. Just nothing major, just enough. And drag that back to the reset. Oh, the despawn hasn't happened. Works really well there. What just happened? I can't throw her? I can't do it. I did drop her, she just stuck up there. Or maybe it's gonna be a sit stream. One sec, I'm gonna adjust everything. Okay. Ah, all right. For the massage today, I'm kind of feeling beat up because it's a deep tissue massage, and I'll stand there going, "Oh man, my legs do not like what is going on here one bit." So I think on this, I'll just get rid of the thingy after this. Like, I won't even bother with the velocity. One of the problems is the characters will move too, so if they move too quickly, then their velocity stays, and we run into this problem of, well, the endless particle. This isn't like the blocks that you throw, they're completely, you know, always going to stay that way. Is it because she was hit? I mean, it's behaving a lot better. She's no longer getting stuck in the air all the time. When you try to drop her. Sorta. Kinda. Okay, oh, she's down there. If you're jumping and you use that, it stays. And then launches her eventually, which is weird. Not always. I don't even know how that happened. Like there was some massive delay. We capture this particle, and then this just did capture object and never did the rest of it. Doesn't need to loop because it's only gonna just delay and then do its ability, so I don't care. There's on the chat visible. Oh. Trying to grab all of them, please. Just so things are a little more neat. That's the false branch. That kind of fixes part of the problem. How is it doing a capture without ever, It matter for this fight, and also picking up NPCs and carrying them to the painting world, so. Basically gives her a double jump. I don't know if I like this. Might have to be tied to something. Well, it did capture object, but it never did the rest of it. It just dropped her. But sometimes capture object just doesn't trigger. I mean, it's the only one that triggers. The others don't. When you hit release. Oh. Wait, no, this is movable parent. That's not the right. Because that's a problem on Poppet herself. Because there's two different characters that are involved with this, so Poppet's got her own tarot ability. There's a bunch of little screwy crap I need to fix. Making more gameplay elements is also good because there's a lot of not gameplay elements. I guess I have platforms and stuff I could sneak in. Well. But they don't have to be ultra realistic in some areas because it's got a bit of weirdness to it, but. So I guess this check makes no sense if it's captured. Because you're only ever releasing it anyway, so. And the launch character downwards will is enough to cause it to drop no matter what, as long as it actually does the release command. It makes so the candles can't be turned off. Didn't get the particle that time. I guess you could pick it up and then throw it immediately, and that causes the problem. Breaks the thing a little bit. Speed it up a bit. This capture should trigger all the way at the end of everything, in theory. Let's put the is captured over here. This way it'll prevent them from being captured again, right? Yeah, that should prevent the ability to pick it up too fast. Gotta solve all these little bugs. Especially because the Magician's probably the neatest of all the abilities so far. Airfan's kind of neat. Combat ones are less neat, but they're just effective. I may change the star up for what it does, I don't know. I realize my picture's over the stats of the thing. Probably put those somewhere else so people can see them. Or my picture somewhere else. I managed to immediately cause the problem. Seems like it works okay. Nowhere near as buggy, doesn't freeze in the ground. Particle's almost always there. I mean, that's already a lot better than expected. May revisit it later if it proves to be a problem, but it almost always hits the particle. I'm not too concerned about it. I mean, I could be working on something that's a little more important than that. Realize the Fool doesn't really connect very well. I've noticed that's a problem. Maybe rework the weapon logic a bit too, so it feels better than it does right now. Right now it does not feel great. Most of the time it feels okay, but there are just times where it just doesn't feel quite right. That's because there's a thing on these that's slightly bigger than someone else. What is this thing that's so big? And what is the... Oh, the character name collision. Do I even care about that? Is this used? Oh. Is this used? Yeah. I assume this is used too. Sure. I prefer just using a distance command than collisions most of the time anyway. I need to change my Twitch logo at some point. I'd lower my caffeine content a bit today. I decided, I mean, I don't know, I just didn't have as much caffeine today. But massage was good, so that's what matters. One of the things I've found is that the weapon is so... feels like it's not long enough. And like it's way too good in the air. It's like half terrible, half good. I was trying a launch thing with launch combos and stuff like that, but it didn't play very well. I would need a real master class on how to do air combos that made sense, because everything I've tried just didn't work out the way I wanted. Let me set the line trace to visible here. Maybe I'll extend its length a little bit so it's a little fairer. I don't like it when it just misses the boss. It just feels bad. Even though it's like you've gone through their legs or something, it's like... not sure if like. 1 second. It sticks out a little bit. You can kind of see it. It's slightly longer than the weapon, but that's kind of just intentional at this point. Definitely better hitting her. Does have slight invulnerability though. It does play a little bit better. I do kind of like it slightly more than I did before. Spawn Stitch Biteys. And Stitch Biteys. Just for something to wail on. test the weapon out a little more. Where's the spawner? On it right here. Game music. Boing, boing, boing. Why ain't you spawning, buddy? Ow, friend. You're just spawning him in the ground, huh? Guess it's in the ground. Not wrong. Here. I need to make a little home for him. There we go. No. Make a spawning home that has to be destroyed to stop enemies spawning. Something like that. You know, base a dollhouse, it spawns dolls or something, you know, sort of thing. Oh, what's something on like 10? Ran away really fast. Are you invincible? Interesting. Maybe we should have different summons for each thing. Oh, these things need to have a special thing on them here. The candles should not be able to be turned off. Like they should always just be on. Well, I mean, I guess technically there'd be a way to turn them off. I'm gonna leave that for now, but I've accidentally turned them off and then my character kills over dead and I don't even know why. And it's like, oh. Later on, everyone's like, oh yeah, I ran out of sanity. Yes. Yes, indeed. Candle thing there. Um, I could just build it into the spawner itself that it's a little house that can be destroyed all the time. Or I could have a child of it that has all the stuff there, but I almost want it to be an NPC so it can have all the NPC traits and all the damage stuff figured in and everything. I mean, it's never going to probably move, but it could be a spawner that moves, I guess. Technically, the NPC can already spawn enemies. It doesn't really keep track of them like the spawner itself does. That's true. But I don't have to figure in additional damage things. That it's already just set up and ready to go. Oh, I guess I'll make something like that, right? Then I want like little mounds to destroy. Um, hmm. I wish I could listen to like better music. The stupid YouTube just restricts so much. I mean, there's, you know, people that's there always is people there. That's nice. I like that. But if you have anything that's even remotely copyrightable in a stream, I've had it just like mid-stream just copyright, you know, claim something. I'm like on been like 5 minutes, so it's just like I guess I gotta listen to stuff I have like the ability to listen to, like the I have copyright, no, not copyright on, but the I have the license to use it. Okay, so let's create a child here. This will be maybe do I really want all the rest of the NPC things? Yes, destroyable spawner. I mean, I have these that are already have a bunch of stuff built into them, but they actually don't have that much, actually, to be honest. Like, I could just copy all this code onto an NPC, and it would be fine. The upside to the spawn stuff set up here is that it keeps it in an array for later. Not as complicated as the other one I have, though. Incredibly much more complicated one. Vision hindsight isn't that as complicated, but it does create walls and stuff like that. There's no need for the enemies to create walls, probably. I'm gonna make a note for that. Yes, possibly take enemies that spawn wall. Sometimes I have weird ideas. Not terrible. Anyway, that's just the default NPC thing, but Yeah, but set on death to remove from array, right? Bobo's popping. Guess I should probably copy a lot of this stuff versus the other simple ones there, because the simple one really just spawns them in a location. Well, do I care if the spawner actually keeps track? I don't think so, right? The spawner will just keep spawning, so I don't need anything else. Let's do it. Actually, that's a combat bit, really thing to me. This one here. Like multiple ones would be very helpful. Can't. Keep them in order. A lot of stuff that needs to be sorted, it looks like. How many units? Could actually just directly copy the variables out of the other one. And I could have got all the well, it actually just has a built-in despawner. It's not as good, but not terrible either. Hmm. Might spawn at a specific point actually in the future, but I'm pretty certain I'm going to do this one much more differently than the others. Um, hmm. I really could have just given this health. Made my life a lot easier. Let's use a skeletal mesh. I think that made skeletal meshes. I have to make it some new ones, I guess. So an NPC, I guess. Let's do this. I'll figure something out. Um, Let's do a branch here. Honor. Quiet chat night, definitely. Bunch of initial views, that's cool. He does send traffic. Oh, hi S9T Pepper, how's it going? I'm puzzling over making a enemy spawner of sorts that can be destroyed. Basically, I've got a voodoo doll boss who summons in minions, and I kind of wanted little I guess, I don't know, like little spawning devices around, like they could be destroyed during the fight. I have these guys to spawn in and fight. Little helpers. I'm a bit laggy because I'm streaming on my computer. So that's only so good. Ow. Aren't we mean? These are the fun bugs we love, where they just slide across the ground. They shouldn't slide across the ground, but today they slide across the ground. And the main mechanic of this fight is that the voodoo doll boss there, voodoo there, summons a little voodoo doll of you. So you have to protect the voodoo doll during the fight. I'm still only in the beginning phases of the fight, so she's got a little bit of behaviors, and I'm just got the very basics of the first phase of this fight going on. I plan to have at least 3 phases to this fight, because reasons. In the early phase, she just kind of wanders around like an idiot. The voodoo doll, like the little one of you. But in the other ones, he is hit the chat like a weirdo. Oh, well, I definitely appreciate the raid. Yeah. The basic premise is essentially a riff-off of Jack the Ripper, except for instead of him just killing the women, he would put their souls into toys, and you wake up as a toy in this toy factory and have to escape. And this will eventually be the first boss fight, where all the other bosses for later in the game are actually around you watching the fight, while most of them, a couple of them have already escaped. And then the events of this will cause the other ones to escape, and you'll have to fight them later. Yep, the voodoo doll here takes damage. If the voodoo doll takes damage, you take damage, so that's a problem. And she'll attack whoever's closer. You have other ideas of what's going on in the game? I even have a nav mesh down here. I might. Oh, and thanks for the follow, by the way. You look for the nav mesh here. I don't have one down. Okay. I'll give you the tour. I don't leave nav meshes down because, well, every time you move something, it has to recalculate every nav mesh and take a long time to do basically everything if I let it do that. So, yeah, do that. No. So this room is, one of the rooms that you get one of the tarot cards. He uses tarot cards to fight. They are powered by the curse that permeates his place. Did I not put a nav mesh down? Second. Nav mesh? Yeah, one that's being weird. Okay. Yeah, there's a curse that permeates the place, and the curse is what powers you. If you leave the building, you die because you're powered by the curse. You just fall lifeless. If you go into the darkness, the curse affects you more. And it fills up your curse bar, which is, I guess, hidden behind my picture. And that's what you use to use your powers. However, it also drains your sanity. And when your sanity hits 0, you die. So you have to go back into the light in order to recover your sanity, but when you're in the light, you don't recover curse power, so you have to bounce back and forth between the two. But yeah, it definitely is based around the old Alice Madness Returns thing and like Little Nightmares, stuff like that. I don't know why these ones aren't moving. They just aren't now. I like to try to take fun pictures though. The menu will take pictures. No, they're not moving. Anyway. Got a bunch of tarot cards in here. One of the mechanics of the game there is possessed objects in the game. You hit them, they just kind of do dumb crap. But the Hierophant's active, they will behave as long as the Hierophant is active. Wing. So it creates hidden jumping puzzles. And if you deactivate it, they will go back to just being worthless, and you know, you'll jump on them and they'll do things to throw you around. Other fun things, I've got like a Hanged Man. The weapon I'm working on, it's a bubble wand. All the weapons are toys. So this one makes bubbles. About 9 months. I'm responsible for about 8 of the character models, and then some of the ones I've just picked up off the market. I've been working on it for a while. It's got a bit of things going on. Of course, the other weapon here is the Fool, which is a giant sucker. It basically is just essentially like an axe for all intents and purposes. I'm still working on giving it more abilities. It can launch cupcakes. Got that. It's set in a steampunky world, so you can see the world I've built around it in this toy factory. I guess I shouldn't select that, so I'll click on this so it's easier to look at. A Whimsy Wonders Toy Factory. I'm kind of an art guy. Yeah, well, thanks. I've definitely got a few weird mechanics in there. The Magician also has, besides being able to pick up objects, which you can not only pick up blocks like its control, and then throw them like they're a weapon. They can be used as stepping stones too, for that matter. So some of the puzzles later are going to be used to have those in order to do stuff. He saves by jumping in toy boxes. Those red things are just there to indicate that I can actually jump up there. And it'll grab it. It does puzzles by where'd that go? Man. The magician can manipulate stuff like drawers and things and cupboards. So anywhere there's those things, she can open them in order to do puzzles. Boing. The secret ways between rooms to get into things like that. You can also go outside as long as you don't leave the area. I also jumped off it like an idiot. There's more enemies. There's no nav mesh down in this room, so they can't actually move, but they can stab you. They can move if there's a nav mesh. Yeah, you run around amongst all sorts of weird little things like that. There's different areas too. I gotta work on the braking physics so they're a little nicer looking, obviously. The first area is going to look more like this. There's later areas too. The second area is based more on safaris and stuff. You have... I try to build things so like humans are using it because it's supposed to be almost like most of the building operates as kind of a almost like an amusement park for children. So a lot of the areas get more and more friendly for people. That look like they're designed for entertaining things. As opposed to the early areas which are hidden away. I have you starting at the top of the building where it says where the normal people can't go. Thank you. I'm definitely aiming for a very specific look. Yes. Ooh. Yeah, lots of weird areas. I actually was just making a greenhouse on stream, and then I kept making rooms, and pretty soon it went from being one room to a whole area of them. But which way are we looking? This way? Yes. To a whole area of rooms. Is waiting for mega lights to come out so much. I hide various things in the game that you can do. You know, I'm trying to hide the platforming so that you don't notice it's actually there. But I mean, you can actually launch yourself off of these too. Just cause. By just cause, I mean I'm going to hide something up here so you can actually get up here by just launching yourself up here. This guy's water's lethal until later in the game, until the Emperor Tarot protects you from it. So falling it just kills you. That doesn't need to be there. Yeah. The sneaky little things in here. There's going to be a section that is like a little model city, a little model steampunk city, and there's going to be a lot of vents that launch you around and stuff. Because I have pipes everywhere, because if there's one thing I've learned in steampunk, you never have to explain why you have so many pipes or gears, or steam anywhere. It's just automatically okay to have. Nobody will ever question it. You just have a million of them, it's fine. Oh. I did some weird thing with the water, didn't I? 1 second. Underwater. I'm just going to temporarily delete it. I was experimenting with an effect that makes it where you're like more like you're floating in the water. Yeah, exactly. I don't care where they go. Actually, in a lot of cases, the cogs and the they can actually hurt you if you get caught between them or something. And I actually let you go inside of the pipes all the time, so yeah, with the Emperor active, you can go in there. This pool here is actually going to be something of a fish tank where you're going to wander around and they put all sorts of little models, like, you know, like it's a little fish. I mean, there's like a castle. There's going to be actual fish in there to fight. There's coral and things. Pretty much someone just made a giant fish tank. There's not a whole lot to do in here yet. The game's only like 10 to 15% done. You can open the shells. Those open. You get free stuff. The underwater particle effect's a bit strong. I'm gonna have to change that, I'm sure. Yeah, I've got all sorts of weird places to go. I guess I can go to that. I actually started, gosh, it was like 2019 when I was playing with RPG Maker. Messed with that for like a couple years, then took a couple years off for health problems and came back to game dev about a year ago. As far as Unreal Engine, I mean, I briefly experimented before the health problems, and then I came back to it long after, so I had more time with RPG Maker than anything else. Where I learned JavaScript and did a lot of dumb things that you should never do with RPG Maker. Yes. Make a full animation system and an LOD system, and also I just wanted to do JavaScript. Oh, undo delete that element because I want it back there temporarily. I have this room here which is not very well lit yet, so I'll just. My theory is that I want everything to seem like, you know, a place you'd want to play as a kid. So there's just all kinds of things running around here. This room is under construction, but I build multi-tiered. It goes down into all these little pathways, farther and farther down. Just for you to wander around. And I mean everywhere. I'm going to have a battle against a pirate girl, because the main bosses of the game are the 5 other victims of the killer who've been driven mad by the curse. She sails a little boat and she's going to shoot cannonballs at you. I have not made this fight yet. Not at all. No. But, you know. It's going to be like the second area. I did make another fight, though. I'll show you everyone's favorite I guess boss. He's like a half boss. He's like a mini boss. I don't know if he counts as a real boss, but did I put a nav mesh down? Won't be very exciting without a nav mesh. Let me double check that. Have a nav mesh? I do. Battles against bosses where they don't move is kind of lame. A lot of them can jump around, so it's not like they can't ever move. But it's a little cool if they can walk around. So, oh yeah, this is their dodge. This is Patrick. Patrick was named by chat because the first person who saw it's like, what have you done with my boy Patrick? And from that point on, his name just became Patrick. Why is it constantly spawning those? What is going on? For some reason, there's a particle effect that keeps appearing. Why? Huh. I don't know. I That should not be there. I'm just going to remove that spawner temporarily. I was messing with the spawners, so I probably messed something up without paying attention. Play the full fight. Yeah. A lot of times chat just ends up coming up with great ideas, and you know, if I can incorporate it into the game, you just call that free labor. Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, we'll remove that thing, because I don't know what I did to my spawner. Those 3 enemies didn't really matter for the fight anyway. They die in like 1 hit anyway. Oh yeah, I have the, Why are you doing this? One moment, please. I added something here to the NPC thing here. Is a spawner. Not a spawner. There we go. That was the problem. I took the NPC thing and gave him the ability to be like a mobile spawner thing that can be destroyed, you know, or even one that's not mobile. And I make little, like, you know, doll houses that spawn dolls and things like that, you know, or junk piles that spawn things or something like that. Okay, now that I've fixed the bug, because it's not a good game dev stream if you don't have something break as often as possible. Best game dev streams are pretty much a train wreck, just waiting to happen. You don't see it derail in real time. It's just not the same, you know? Right. Throw things at him. Oh. His early form doesn't... He's got like 3 forms. I have like triple damage on, so he's actually a lot easier to fight. Yeah, the first one he mostly just brawls with you. Then he starts spitting clown heads at you, bloody clown heads. He has lore. There's a 14-year-old ghost girl who pretty much runs the place. And Patrick got put in timeout because he was eating the other dolls. And she didn't like that. So he spits out pieces of other dolls. Or just whole dolls, for that matter. I just thought it was a funny... He's not a very complicated character. That's literally his entire lore. He's in timeout because he keeps eating other dolls. Have her chat again. All these things off here so I can see the chat. Oh, game dev is so much fun. I mean, it's definitely a labor of love. Where, you know, many a night will go by and be like, why did I choose to do this? But then there's nights where, you know, you're just going, I made this. And it's just super exciting. Huh, he doesn't want to... He's usually jumping around like a crazy person. He spawns little doll helpers during this. He'll jump around all crazily. Yeah, I mean, I recommend everyone give it a shot. I'm a fan of Unreal Engine because you don't actually have to know how to code to use it. So, it's, I mean, just such a good thing. It costs $0. They charge you money if you make over $1 million a year with it. I mean, somehow I don't think that's happening. And if it does happen, they take 5% of anything over $1 million for that year. Okay. Oh no, what will I do? I'll just have to look at the $1 million I got to keep and the 95% after that. Like, take screenshots of Patrick. Yeah, if that's my worst problem in life, I feel good about it. I'm gonna try to take pictures of explosions. Yeah, the menu takes a screenshot of everything like that. I'm gonna make it so you can save the screenshots later, so you're gonna try to take dumb screenshots, just for fun. Yeah, the upside to Unreal Engine is, well, they give you an army of free things. There's like over 1,000 free assets or something like that, or asset packs, I should say. You can literally just build whole games and never have to pay anything. And instead of doing like, you know, typing out code, you basically use little blueprints and they essentially are just, you know, drag, drop, connect lines. So I don't know why you would use anything but this, but a lot of people will. I mean, okay, that's wrong. If your computer sucks, which I get it, you know, not every computer could run it, you should run something like, you know, Godot or something. But if your computer doesn't suck, which if you're, you know, as a streamer, I'm pretty sure your computer does not suck, you can pretty much just run this. That's just me. Beat him up. Yeah, that's my Patrick fight. I mean, like, you can go to, they just recently opened the Fab Marketplace, so you just go to the Fab Marketplace and select free, and there's so many assets available, it's just go there now. Show you what I mean. Plus, I can figure out how the Fab Marketplace works, because I haven't spent much time on it. Discover, Unreal Engine. Price. Free. Does it have a number for how many are there? I mean, they used to tell you, like, at the very bottom, because they had pages. Might not be pages. It might just be scroll forever now. As you can see, there's some number of free assets available. Some number. It's actually more impressive when you just keep scrolling through all of it. Some number of free things. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still scrolling. Look at all them free things. Yes. Yes. Because, you know, you need the Spider-Woman for free. Why do you need Spider-Woman? I don't know. Why not need Spider-Woman? That's not quite the Spider-Woman I was hoping for, but I'm just saying. So, yeah. You go there, and for anyone who has a terrible computer, you can just use Unreal 4 because they had some new stuff in Unreal 5 that's cool and all, but most things don't need it. They just look cool. I mean, I would totally recommend it. Just, you know. You could even join one of the game jams where they just literally, like the beginner game jams, so they're like, just make a game, make any game. I did that and I learned real quickly the most important thing in game dev. Planning. Just planning. Just scope and planning. Oh, never. I have never in my entire life written a single bit of C++. I know zero C++. Nothing. Nada. Zip. No. The way I do code in this is much simpler than that. I make nodes. And the nodes do things. I connect them places. And it does stuff. Yes. Like, I'll show you how I'm doing the, I guess, the AI or something like that. Or, I don't know. There's so many things I have going on there. It's hard to say which seems to be the best example to show you, but I'll grab one of these thingies and I never code. This is actually fairly much more complicated. These things can get ridiculous, so they don't have to start out ridiculous. But a lot of these things are just, you know, they follow a line. Like, say this starts with a character behaviors custom event, and then it runs along to like an if statement. It's like, okay, if this, and it's checking a variable. Like, does this variable do this? Okay. If so, if it's true, do this. Cool. And you just draw lines places. It's like, okay, well, what if I want to, what if it's false? And I want to say, okay, well, I'm going to do a branch here. And it's like, okay. Oh, hey, Sarah, how's it going? And I could be like, you know, grab one of my little variables here. Be like, do I face the player? Well, will you face the player? Okay, well, if I'm facing the player, then I do another thing out here and say, okay, well, I'll like spawn actor, something like that. And I pick an actor and spawn it, and then like, okay, well, I'll spawn, how about Charlotte or something? I don't know. And then, you know, if at any point this character happens to be dead because this is a not equals, it will spawn this character. And that's a lot of how it works. Like, you just draw lines between things, and you'll understand eventually what the nodes do. This is a really complicated one and probably a terrible thing to show you. But my advice is literally just go to any of the how to make a game tutorials for Unreal Engine. Maybe you can even start with a platform or something. Just you can even do 2D if you want. And just follow what they do, because they'll show you like step-by-step really easy things to do, and you'll get an idea of how the blueprints work. But you're never going to have to type out anything other than the name of a variable or the value of a variable. Like, you're not going to have to sit there and go, you know, if, you know, space, you know, parenthesis, this is greater than, none of that. You're never going to have to type that out. So it's going to be, it's a lot easier than you'd expect. Whereas all the other engines require you to basically use code. Also doing pretty good, Sarah. I was just explaining to S9T Pepper that, trying to get him involved in the wonderful world of game dev. Yes. The great addiction where everyone's just like, oh my god, I can make anything. I really call it this like the ultimate builder game, right? Where literally you can build anything you want, and afterwards you can never play another builder game because you've already had access to the ultimate builder game, where there is nothing you cannot do. Right amount of time, effort, and caffeine. A lot of caffeine. Maybe the most caffeine. Yes. But I mean, like, here's, I could do the example of how to make a launcher real fast. I actually did this on stream for someone else, but you know, I might as well give you the tour of it. So let's say I want to come on. I'm just going to make it in just the regular base thing. It doesn't really matter. Gonna make a blueprint. Almost every blueprint's just going to be an actor. Well, this BP sends stuff flying. Open it up. I'm gonna add myself a collision. I guess this. Why should I like capsules better? Capsule collision, yay! I click on it, add an event. On component, begin overlap. This would be like not the best way to do this. This is actually probably the easiest way to make this happen. I'll just say, you know, I'll just cast to Poppet herself. Poppet? Yeah, we'll cast the main character like that. And I'll just tell her to launch character. Okay. I'm gonna tell it to launch her really high. 2000. Okay. And I'm also going to give it like a static mesh. Just so there's something to look at. Yeah, sure. Let me pick a static mesh from my collection of too many static meshes. Pipe is fine. I'll just type pipe. Easier. I believe this is the one I used previously. You'll get the job done just fine. Let's drag the pipe in. Once you've done that, you can rotate it. This is just for visuals. I can do whatever I want with it, but I'm going to shrink it down so it just looks like a little pipe you can jump on. Put the little capsule here. Well, attach there, not as the capsule. I want to be able to move the capsule. I'm gonna enlarge the capsule just so I can make it look kind of, you know, better-ish. Sure. Okay. I have my launcher. Cool. Or my send stuff flying. Grab one and put it on the world. Right over here. You're tiny. Thanks, I hate it. So tiny. I'll scale it up to big. Big. Cool. And now with this small amount of coding, I have a device that you just throw the player up in there. Woohoo! There you go. Did I type out any C++ anywhere in there? No. You'll find you basically don't have to do a lot of these things, but I mean, yeah. And you can give it a particle too. You can just keep adding to it. I mean, I will obviously, you know, I probably did a lot of things in there that, you know, seems a bit much and things that are, you know, would be better explained through like a tutorial. That's true. But overall, not that hard, right? I mean, like, you know, like when you think building, you know, stuff programming in a game, it probably wouldn't be something like that, you would think, right? I'm at a cascade particle system too while I'm at it. And here is like all it really took for me to add the other thing. I'll just type smoke or something like that. Oh, I also want a cascade particle. This thing will help you find stuff. Can't say I've ever used Rust code, but I mean, having coded in JavaScript, I can pretty much get an idea of what it must be like, you know? Most of the time, like, node-based coding is so much just nicer and better. Like, it's so much easier, at least in my mind. As someone who, you know, has done his fair share of typing way too much code, I can definitely tell you. It's not a very good particle for this. It looks terrible. Oh, this is an exploding one. Aha! Okay, I like this. I like this. I have an idea. This is for funsies here. Activate. We're gonna turn this off. We don't want it to activate yet. That's no fun. No, 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 no. Then we do this, and then we activate it. And then I'm gonna do when it also an event for when it's no longer overlapping, end overlap here. And on this one, I'm just gonna delay it for a while. We'll delay like, oh, 3 seconds, sure. I'm gonna deactivate this thing. Yep. So it can be more like a landmine because it's in a little explosion. I might use this particle on a different one. This might become a thing I use. I already have a launcher, but I mean, I can take the concepts of, like, you know, the landmine launcher and just put it somewhere else too. There you go. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. It's actually called audio, right? Oh. We need an explosion, right? It's important. Explosion. There we go. I can type, I swear. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so once again, let's not activate it to start with, because that's no fun. Let's drag it out there, and we'll just activate this too. Basically, there's a node for every single one of the things you see over here. So you just look for something with the exact same name, and it works out like that. So in the case of this, instead of auto activate, I just untick that, and activate will activate it, and deactivate will, you know, deactivate it. Takes a little getting used to, but once you get used to it, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. Get it? All right. I think I might reduce the launch thing just a little bit to maybe only like 1500 or something. Yes. Also, when you're just building levels, you can just drag things onto the level and it just has the collision of whatever it is. So when you're just going to build things, like I'll show you, you don't have to do all this weird special things to do stuff. Oh. The smoke still hasn't even cleared. Now I have my landmine thingy. I could even make it where it's a better, make the capsule a little better. Right now the capsule's really tall and it's kind of weird. Like, I don't know. I guess it's fine, but is it really that fine? Apparently it doesn't want you to do much smaller than that. But that's okay, because what I can do is I can just jam it down into the thing too. And that will get the job done just fine. I want you to jump within the circle, and then it goes. Obviously, it's a little bit of experimenting to see exactly how you want it, but since you can just kind of drag and drop each of the elements wherever you want, it does really make life a lot easier. That's a million. What you could also do is, you know, instead of doing any of this stuff here, well, I could just destroy actor too. Like, let's make it more of a real landmine here instead. I'd shrink it down more so it's like flatter, right? So it looks more like a landmine. I'm going to do like 0.15 or something, just really, really down there. Maybe move that capsule a little lower. And just because I'm a funny kind of guy who does funny kinds of things, I'm gonna add some text. Why am I add text? Why not? Text. Text 3D. Big text. So my camera is set to move at warp speed. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit. All right. Why don't I just do -90? All right. It's really big. I don't like how big this is, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. All right. So step here, please. Okay, well, I'm going to want 2 lines there because I can already see that. Let me change this thing real fast. Let's this is the font I use for the game, so. And we'll duplicate this so we can have two of them. All right, and on this one here, we're just gonna have step here. Right? And the other one's gonna be please. Okay. Then we're gonna move them around. I know, this way. Okay, I'm grabbing the wrong one. That's just my bad. Doot, 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 doot. Oh, oh, oh. Because, you know, I think that the player should be, you know, offered fun things to do, like where they being told where they should step. Sure, it'll be fine. You know what? I'm going to use an emissive material so it glows. Just cuz. You can actually use materials in this that emit their own light. You can, if it's materials that actually move too. Like water is just a material, and yet it looks like it moves. It's weird. Yeah, let me grab an emissive toy here. I have a lot of stuff. Yes, my favorite one. Perfect. I'm gonna grab this edit one here and just put it over the top of some stuff here. I'm just gonna replace all of them so they look fine, I guess. Sure. Maybe not the back material. I might do something black for the back material. I think it's only the front one that makes the difference with that. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's a little better. In hindsight, I should have done this first before I went to all the trouble to do the other things, but nah. Okay. And see, now it glows in the dark. Now they can't miss that I would like them to step there. And who doesn't want to step on it? It's kind of smiley face. I mean, it's my happy face. It's what could possibly go wrong? See how cool it is? Yay! And it destroys itself. Now I just have a landmine thing. Yeah. I mean, the fact you can just keep adding to things is its own, you know, fun like that, but you can also, like I was building a level out here, not out here. Where was I building? Doot, 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 doot. Can't figure out where I've been. Like this will probably blow your mind, but actually I should have kept that there. Let's put the lights on because it's hard to design in the dark. All right. These are these really cool little splines. You see, in Unreal, you can bend things and create like splines. So, like, okay, this is a cool little thing here. It's neat. It's a pathway. Oh, 1 second. Let me remove all those nav meshes. If these are active, they'll force a recalculation every single time you move something. I usually disable them unless I'm actually fighting or testing fights. All right, so I don't even know where I want this one yet, but I think I'm going to make it up here. I know where I'm going to put it. Epic gave me this Tomato City thing, so now I'm using them. Because they look like cheap toys, and that was exactly what I was looking for. I was like, cheap toys? Yes. Thank you, Epic. I'd like it right about here. I'll grab this one here, and you can... Oh, oh, I'm grabbing that. Come on. Come on. I'm gonna start bending things. Bend it to my will. Don't delete a spline point, add a spline point. Killing me, Smalls, you're killing me. We will bend the world to our whim. Yes. Bend the world. Because Unreal just knows to warp things as you'd like them. Doesn't care. Like, nah, I'm good. You can do whatever you want. This isn't going up. There are no solid things in the world of... Well, I guess the world of Unreal. Just suggestions, you know, that things are solid. And then, you know, by simply dragging that out there and just moving things around. I live by train tracks, so if you can hear the train. Sorry. If not. And now I just have perfect collision. And I didn't have to do anything other than just move it around, right? I was doing the same with rails too. Just like, okay, well, let's just say I want to continue my rails here. I can just keep adding them. Like, okay. Doot, doot, doot. Doot, doot, doot. Just one of those things where you, like, it's not even that hard to make these particular things. It's like a type of blueprint you can make that just literally uses splines, which are these lines you see everywhere. And this whole thing is just spline after spline. Well, these stairs aren't a spline, but yeah, you just kind of drag things around and make it do whatever you like. It's just a lot of fun. Like, even if you don't make a game in this thing, you can make animations, other things too. Like, it's designed to make whatever you want for the most part. People use it for movies and things like that, and most of the Hollywood movies use it to make their things now. Crazy. Yeah, you just can do anything. Whenever you decide there's a mesh you want to just, you know, grab. I have so many things here. What ones were we using for this one? Magic Forest. What do I got for mushrooms? Static meshes. There's these mushrooms. I haven't used them yet. I'll start dragging mushrooms onto the screen here. Let's drag this mushroom out here. I don't like that placement. It's probably going to be down in the water. Okay, that's maybe a little big. But I might be able to work with this here. Because after all, big things also mean that she can jump around on them. I might not want to use the one with all these here, but I started including pipes that go through these, so you can actually travel through the pipes in order to get to other tomatoes. The assumption is that children would be, you know, crawling around through them and would find it amusing. I don't like that spline. I want them to have to use the pipes to get out here, but I can put these mushrooms out here too. Ooh. That's exciting. This mushroom might need to be smaller. At the end of the day, it's fun mushroom. I like it, but... Or maybe I'll just use one that's a singular mushroom too. That might happen. I could just use these ones over here. I wonder if they glow in the dark. I haven't even tested that yet. Oh, that one emits light. Ooh. Ooh. This was a free for the month pack. Every month, Epic gives out 5 free packs. And they're usually worth a total of around $300. And they're free forever as long as you get them that month. So if you don't have an Epic account, actually I guess it's Fab now, go to Fab, go to the free for the month, and just add every one of them to your cart. Checkout. It's free. Even if you're never going to use Unreal, just that chance, because every month, you know, it adds up. Every year, that's 60 asset packs. I had to take a 2-month break because of, you know, health problems. I came back to an additional 120 asset packs because every month I was like, taking them. I don't care if I need them. Maybe I do. I'm taking them. It worked out great. I kind of like how these glow like this. I need to put something underneath them though, because they're not very tall. I guess I could just stretch them. We stretch. I have plans to make one of the tarots cause plants to grow. The Empress. Oh, I kind of like the mushrooms now. I don't like this thing. But rather than have lights, because lights are boring, let's have glowing mushrooms. The other ones glow. That one does. Exciting. Ooh. Hello there. Pick the random music back on. I have a bunch of tracks that I picked up from Humble Bundle that I have the rights to use in games. Most of them I'm never going to use in games, but I can use them on streams because I just have the legal right to use them in pretty much anything I want. Besides reselling them. It turns out that Humble Bundle has these software packs all the time, and periodically they'll just have these music packs. They're just infinite music. I don't know if I like this color very much on this. But now I kind of want my own mushroom light. Just at my house. Just in the backyard, this giant glowing mushroom. It'd actually be pretty much the best security system ever if you just put a danger radiation poisoning sign right by it. By the giant glowing mushroom, they'd be like, huh. That's really bright. I don't want to tone it down some. Yeah, don't they? A lot of times what happens is I'll just start, you know, dropping things on the scene and see what works, and if I don't like something, I'll delete it. I mean, you never know. Sometimes you just come up with weird things here. And I've just got the image in my mind of if I were a child, like, you know, just like, I don't know, 10, 12, whatever in there. What would I like to have? Would I have like this giant fort to play on with these weird tomatoes? Sure woulda. I mean, let's be real here. I'd probably like it now. Just despair. I'd be like, that's so cool. I don't think I'd be climbing around. I'd definitely walk around all over the place, that's for certain, but still. Oh yeah, I like these. I don't like the one that doesn't glow though. This one makes me sad. It has been banished to the Shadow Realm. Alas, mushroom. We hardly knew ye. This one also glows. Ooh. Do any of the other ones glow? Well, pretty hard to tell with that, isn't it? Oh. This one? No. Those suck. I need to make these a light source essentially like that so Poppet's protected. Because the game is based around light, so she dies in the darkness. Even if you're... The way I have it set up, she doesn't actually understand that she's in light. That's not really how it works. What she understands is there's certain like actors that I put on the scene that are checking to see if she's within range of them. And if she is, they get added to an array, which just says, okay, well, these are all the lights that are nearby. And as long as anything is in that array, she's fine. She gains her sanity back. If that array is empty, then she is affected by the curse and starts losing sanity. But she doesn't really know, like, just because it looks like she's in light, that is not how it works. No. But I should definitely use them as a light. I'll do the lights later. I'm going to design the look first now because I've got the desire to build right now. I was coding for hours. I've done my coding for the night probably. Maybe not. I'll code some things, but I was bug testing earlier. Oh gosh. Bug testing will definitely make you question your life sometimes. Sure, the solution turns out to be something really stupid, but it's hard to really know what that is until you go through all the huge amount of code that got you there to go, oh yeah, that's what did it. Obviously, I wouldn't recommend making a game like this as your first game if you decide to get into game dev. No. But I mean, they have third person like blueprint where you can just literally, it gives you a character that can just run and jump around with all the physics already done. And you can just build worlds like that. One of the things I used to do for fun was every time they would come out with a new, like a new free for the month thing, anytime there was an environment with a pre-built map, just run around the map. Made a character with all kinds of cool abilities, and I just run around that map. I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. Did I want some new ability? Did I want my character to fly? No problem. I actually learned how to do a lot of abilities that way just because I was like, well, what if I had this? This would be so cool. What if I wanted to open these doors? Okay, well, I'll add that in. What if I want to be tiny? What if I want to be super giant, you know? What if I want to break everything? I guess this can raise up too. Like, this feels like a shame that I'm just literally running along. Well, you know, this begs a question. We're designing here. Am I going to have fights on top of this water? Basically boat fights. Are you gonna have boat fights on top of this water? Because if so, I want to leave enough space for the boat fights. I might occasionally have something go down, but for the most part, I kind of want it to have space. Or I can just have it where it's under the water as something and not on top of the water. And I think I'm going to do that because, well, I don't have enough tomato houses yet. Can you ever really have enough tomato houses? I don't know. Put a sneaky tomato house over here. I mean, I could see it. I admit I don't have a steampunk submarine yet. I do have like, well, I saw a steampunk whale on the Fab Marketplace. I think it was like $5. I have whale fights. But I'm sure there's something on the, on Sketchfab or something that, like an actual steampunk submarine model. You just pilot that around. I do want to give the player a blimp they can use at some point to fly around. Maybe the blimp will have guns on it. I don't know. That might be a bit much, but it might just be something she stands on while she uses her normal abilities. That's probably what's more likely going to happen than it having guns, but it might. I don't know. Because there's one of the tarot cards is the Chariot, so you know I gotta have some kind of a vehicle somewhere, right? I was originally gonna have a little toy car for her to run around in, but I couldn't get the physics to work very well. I realized that I would have to design the entire game around the toy car being useful. Like, it'd be kind of cool on this, driving it around if it was a loop. Oh, did I just give myself the worst idea ever? The Tomato City racetrack? I mean, I guess it's kind of like a racetrack, isn't it? I could be. As long as they looped. I mean, the stairs wouldn't work very well for it, but... Huh. Huh. I'm weighing the options here. It would be funny and cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it would be awesome to have a little car, drive it around, and have like a racetrack. That'd be awesome. But the other thing you will learn when doing games and everything like that is this thing called scope. If I do decide to put cars in there and racing mechanics, that means I have to make other racers, which means I need to build basically a mini racing game inside of my Metroidvania. Which, there is only one of me. That might be a bit more than I probably should do for a couple rooms, to be honest. It might make it in. You never know, but I'm going to put a tentative probably not on that one. Just because I recognize, having done some games before, that scope makes a big difference. You have a full team, though, or you can just pay someone to do it. I want it here. I guess this could just be sitting on top of the path. True, too. Putting them all on stilts, so this way I can claim that physics somehow matters in this world. Does it? Does it really? I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Those mushrooms make this water look so clean and wonderful. Falling in that will be totally fine. I mean, to be fair, water is lethal to Poppet anyway, so there is that. So... oh, wait. I made an error because there's a pipe there. But the fun thing is, there doesn't have to be a pipe here. The pipe could be over here. Oh. Glad to hear it. Always happy to have a lurker. I'm probably going to get some alcohol in a bit. Usually by this point in the night I tend to do that, because for me it's 1:09 a.m. so I usually stop coding earlier in the night and then mostly just design things later on because it's too much fun to not design things. I mean, I don't know why this is over here like this, but kind of in the way, you know? I don't know if I want to use these because they look so jagged and terrible. Like that, they're designed for a different area. I think I want to just use these rails. That's right, my game is on rails. One of the things I could have done, instead of having a tomato house down there, is have a path that goes up and around. But is that really that exciting? Huh. Like, let's say I move tomato house somewhere else. I'm gonna grab all these things and just connect them all up so they're good to go. Yes. Make them a group that can just be moved all at the same time, which is fantastic. I didn't really account for the fact that I need to have it lower, but you can't go that much lower because of this pipe. That's you, pipe. Move. once again challenged my supremacy of the map. I find this mildly annoying. Because I can do, go down here, do this. Alright, sneak it down here, and then... I almost want to go lower intentionally here, just so it doesn't hit the pipe. I'm gonna grab one of these little bridges that I have. Also, when I did this, I apparently had those sticking through there. Nice, good job, me, good job. And group. Make smaller. I see we have a problem though, and that's that this thing sticks to the side here a bit. These are huge. I never realized Tomato City would be such a problem. Oh my god. 1 second. Calls for some repositioning here. I should avoid those. Of course, I shrunk those already, but that's okay. I'll reposition them in a sec. This is how I make it so you can actually get into each of the little tomatoes. Like, I mean, you could just jump in there too, but it's designed mostly for humans anyway. Also, the AI is stupid, and it takes a lot to make it jump and know where it's going. So I highly recommend for anyone doing these things to make a lot of flat areas that the AI can just wander across to save yourself the trouble for combat. I mean, don't get me wrong. It would be cool if the AI was, you know, basically Mario, but yeah. Oh, hey, Tim. How's it going? Things are going good. I'm working on Tomato City here. And I discovered these wonderful glowing mushrooms that now light the place. I'm glad to hear it. Any day where you can say you're doing good is a day worth living. Yes, yes indeed. Like a day in Tomato City, it's just a day worth living. Sure, why not? Do I want to have this go partially through the water? Kids wouldn't mind running through the water at all, but Poppet, however, would not like running through the water. Not one bit. Like, it could be fun. What if that's like a swimming hole thing? This is the worst swimming hole ever, too. Like, you'd be swimming around all this crap all over in the water. I mean, why not? Built for children. I don't gotta explain anything. One of the things I did for research was to look up what playgrounds were like in the 1920s and 1930s. Wow. I've seen safer looking military training camps, okay? Like, what in the world? It literally just looks like they built like a military training camp out of just crap. This is like rocks and metal and just huge things to fall off of, and I'm just like, it's beautiful. It was just like, they didn't care at all, you know? It's just like, is that a 30-foot drop? Just onto like just random ground there. You just have like, you know, just weird like, you know, metal bars that they can just crawl around on top of, and there's just like 3 stories before they hit the ground. You're fine with that? Sure, why not? Oh, there's rock down there to get their fall. No, the rocks are at least smooth, I guess. It seems like... I encourage people to look them up. They are, in fact, something to see. The concept of safety was pretty much, well, we could just have more kids, so it's fine. Pretty much. I get quite the chuckle out of it. Yes. Ten out of 10. Would watch someone else play on those. I mean, to be fair, when I was a kid, we too had gravel as the thing to cushion falls, so that was our playground. I was like, oh, gravel, cool. Great. Just beautiful. So you go flying off these swings like that, and you could fall, I don't know, maybe about 12 feet, so like about a story and a half onto it. It'd be fine. Oh yeah, and tetherball. We love tetherball. This is a stupid game. Let's just tie a, ball to a rope on a pipe here, and then people hit the ball as hard as they can, and it just goes whipping around, and yeah. That game was dumb. Like, I still remember, like, the only strategy we ever had as kids was, because, like, you had to play it on two sides, right? It's like, you stay on your side, they stay on theirs, and you'd only hit the ball if it's on your side, right? So, like, you could actually hit it at an angle so it went up too high for the other one to get, and because they were little kids, that way it wasn't that big of a challenge. So the big strategy was to keep hitting it over and over and over until it got always above them, and they never got to play. And eventually it would wrap all the way around the hole and you'd win. That was the only strategy anyone had. It's such a dumb game. That ball got going real hard. I haven't seen one of those in a kid's place in a long time. Like, that thing knocked teeth out. It was a beautiful thing. You're just like, oh, at least they're temporary teeth. You guys will be fine. 10 out of 10. Would watch kids knock their own teeth out again, apparently. I don't really know if that's actually a thing they should have, but, whatever. We're going to grow mushrooms now. Yeah, when I was designing, coming up with a world, I was definitely going out of my way to do research on things, because I was like, okay, what really existed in a certain time period? Like, what can I get away with? Because a lot of times, it's just like, well, I actually had to adjust the time period because I was going to do like the 1890s, right? Because that's the Jack the Ripper time. However, what wasn't widespread during that? Electricity. So that whole, like, Victorian steampunk thing is kind of not really how it worked. The time you're looking for is actually like, the 1910s, 1920s, like World's Fair, like Bioshock Infinite type of era, that sort of thing. That is when you would have seen electricity more widespread. But they actually had cars like, I think like something like 1850s. They were terrible cars, don't get me wrong, but they actually had cars really early on. Not like the Ford Model T or anything, that was like way later, but these are important things, because I was like, I had all these assets, and I'm like, okay, well, what era is this? Does that even work? And a lot of times it's like, no. So by virtue of there being only certain assets I could even find, I actually adjusted the game to try to fit this weird era, like the era that I could make. I considered the 30s so I could have like Cthulhu stuff, but then I realized that's just one too many things to add in, Like, at some point, not that long of a game. I figure it'll be like probably 10 hours if you run through it and just don't get extras. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm gonna price it like it's an indie game, not like price it like a AAA or anything. If it's more than $30 for the game, I'll be surprised. Probably be more like 20 or something. I may or may not make paid DLCs, but like whole extra areas, because, well, There's a whole city around her, and it turns out a DLC could just be, I don't know, building next door? Like, right? I mean, this building is a lot for her to go through. As a tiny doll. Yeah. Let's start another one here. I think I like these better than I like this. This just looks... I mean, it's better for the other area that I was working on. The, more nightmarish area. Because I'm going to do a lot more, like, Halloween, gothic type of area. And that's where you're going to start. And then this jungle area would be like the second area. So I don't think I want that. But. Gotta have some variety. I haven't quite decided all the areas. I had some ideas for them, but they don't work the way I want them to. Where is this even going? I don't even know. I was just like, ooh, I got another path. Where is it going? You know where I don't have a tomato thing? Oh man, I don't have a tomato thing over there. That's right, children, behave or we're turning this path around. That's what I heard. We live in a weird world. A world where paths bend like that, like it's a mini earthquake going on right in the middle of my game. I'm sure that's possible to make happen where you have a spline do that. I don't quite have an idea of how I would do that yet. Like, I would probably just have an individual actor and not the spline, like the piece of the spline itself that does it. Well, I don't know. You could probably warp it. I'm sure these are, you know, these things are available, so if you planned it right, you could actually adjust these. Like, and these would cause it to go all warped and weird. Huh. Probably not a mechanic I'm going to have, but interesting idea. Sometimes I just like to think about the possibilities of what could exist versus what I'm actually going to do. Because, you know, sometimes those weird possibilities just lead to whole mechanics. Other times they just get thrown out. The Hierophant mechanic came about because I put a bunch of boards down to block something. And it kept falling over, so I was playing with the gravity like that, and I turned the gravity off thinking, okay, if there's no gravity, then it'll just sit there, right? No. There's no gravity, it just floats away. After playing with all these boards that were floating away for a while, I was like, hey, wait a minute. I could make it where I just turn the gravity on and off. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. Thus, a whole mechanic was born out of an error. Thus, mechanics often are. I'm gonna have pillars holding everything up in a bit, so I'm sure I'm gonna have to adjust things, but I think this is a suitably confusing enough mess that it would be a lot of fun for people to wander around. By people, I mean mostly children. And weird people like me who are very off and think that this is the coolest thing ever to just wander through. However, as a tall person, one of the things that I in fact like to think about is, would I hit my head there? Someone's walking through. Yeah. This is a very real problem. I do hate things that hang off of ceilings. Many a ceiling fan, Arth, my arch nemesis. Yes. Yes, indeed. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. Be like 2 minutes. Also, I gotta close this window because it's freezing. Realized I was wearing a green shirt. Or green and black shirt. I didn't even bother to check and see how that would actually look on stream. That's okay. Got a sweater now because it's freezing out there, and I was like, oh, when I started the stream, how many hours ago at this point? Almost 3 hours ago. It was not cold out there. It's very pleasant out there now. Now with my +10 to creativity here, things can only get better. I don't know how +10 to creativity affects being, freezing or something like that. Yeah. I just start making things and just never know where it's going to go from there. Yeah, we're trying to decide not to hit my head. Let me grab Charlotte and put her in here temporarily just to see the right scale of things. I will because Poppet is approximately 10 inches tall, like she's like, I actually don't know what the conversion is for, you know, as a stupid American, I have no idea what the actual conversion is to, you know, the rest of the world, but she's I'm gonna say somewhere around like 80% the height of your average Barbie doll. She's short for, she would not be as tall as Barbie. It's an important thing to note because, you know, I have to scale everything to her. Is there a Charlotte on the map? No. Alright, well, let's take the only human-sized character I have at the moment and move her around so I have an idea if things are tall enough or not. She should be a 6, I think, right? I don't know why I didn't save it on her thing to make her a 6. Yeah. I'm gonna go position her in a room where I know the scale is right. I don't build the wrong scale. I know her height thing right. Relative to these. Looks about right. She should just be about a 6 in size. I don't know why I didn't bother to save her thing, because I'm weird, I suppose, but she fits through a door pretty perfectly. Yeah, that's right. She's at 6. Oh. I go to her thing here and just scale her up to like an actual 6. Gotta make this one big? No. Okay, yeah, so now when I pull her out there, she'll always be 6, not... I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. Yeah, this is the resident ghost girl, Charlotte. The master of the place. She haunts it, and that's close enough. She can't leave, and if you get near her, the curse just kills you, so don't. She acts as a roving death trap, because one of the problems I have, you'll see this in 3D Metroidvania a lot, is verticality is a real problem. Especially in a place where it's designed for people to actually use it. There's not a lot stopping, like... It's hard to keep the player from going too far above things because of all the weird geometry, things like that. It's just hard to keep them located in an area. And in this kind of setup where it's inside of a building, it's for people, there's not a lot of explanation for why there would be random little platforms everywhere. Like, why is this rotating platform there? Why is a flying platform there? I mean, I can get away with possessed things to a point too. There's that. But because it's a working place, one of the things I won't have a lot of are death traps, right? Because why would there be death traps in a place for people? I realized I was talking about how safe the, you know, playgrounds were for kids back in that era. So, okay, yeah, sure. They were kind of death traps, but I can't exactly just have a pool of acid sitting here for Poppet to fall in, you know, it's kind of weird. Oh, the kids just fell in there. They'll be fine. But water kills her. So, having a character who's essentially almost like a roving jump scare to appear out of places and be a problem for her means that I can essentially have what amounts to a roving death trap. And you get a bunch of animations for, off the Fab Marketplace that were basically the same kind of ones you'd expect for a character from like The Ring. Because I was going to use those for her, and they are fantastic. I cannot wait, but unfortunately the Fab Market just opened and they converted the Unreal Market over to it. And there hasn't been a sale yet, so I'm waiting for the sale so they can be like half price. Plus Black Friday's almost here anyway, so, you know, Black Friday, where you pay sometimes as much as 30% of the price of the things at that place. It's pretty good. I highly recommend waiting to buy all of your game dev assets during Black Friday if you're going to buy anything. Okay. So, if she's this big, she's floating. She's not actually the size of a regular person because, you know, she's like 14. But, because she's floating, that I figure that gives her approximately the height of an average guy. Which, you know, should be about the height you need to scale to, because the average woman's going to be shorter than that, so the assumption is if a guy could go under it, so could basically everyone else. Or if an adult male, I should say. It's good to have things that you can measure scale against. I realize this is off to the side a bit, so you're probably not going to actually... I guess this partially does go under it. I can also just adjust the path over a bit too, right? So it's not underneath it completely. Not a bad idea. I'm probably going to remove these walls here so that Poppet can't run a circle around it, because one of the problems when designing for a doll is that because of this, Poppet can now run a circle all the way around this to get to places and just bypass everything. Oh, the website? It's fab.com. It's, Epic just, opened it. It's their replacement for the Unreal Marketplace. They decided they would now sell assets for other engines too. Mostly, you know, Unity, Unreal, and the UFN, but they also have 2D things like the you can always export the assets and use it in something else. Like you can export assets from Unreal and use it in Godot. Because you can get like you can export like what, VBX files, right? And then just import those over. Which, yeah, if you're, you know, if you need free assets, just come here and collect all the free stuff. Like the free for the month right now is what, Paris? Like these are only free until the end of the month, so, you know, you get all these things here. That's free. Rocket thrusters. Cool particles, that's neat. Like those. Temple of Cambodia. In case you want to make Tomb Raider or something. A little realistic for my taste, but yeah, it works. There's a whole army of fantasy characters free this month. There's over 1,000 free asset packs all the time, but they just took everything from the Unreal Marketplace and they added stuff for other things. And then the cave ruins. I mean, just getting those free. You just have to have a Fab account. If you had an Epic account, it becomes one. Hey, Crimson Surge, how's it going? I'm doing good. Yeah, it's free to join Fab. Also, you can get all the Quixel Mega scans for free. There's like over 1,000 of them. It's just a button you click and it just adds it. That's until 2025 that's free. Yeah, you click the here's the free section. I guess it depends on which one you're explore now free content. Here. Oh, that's not on there. I usually do the app Unreal one here. You can go to like search a particular engine and then you can select price. And then you can just select free. 8-bit platform and mini pack. Important. And then you can just kind of scroll down and see how much free stuff is available. I won't scroll all the way to the bottom because it just keeps adding. When I last looked, there was close to like 1,200 free assets. Because the Epic Marketplace had them by a page, so I could actually just count them. But as you can see, there's a lot of free assets. A lot. A lot. Yes. Oh yeah, but I mean, a lot of it's good. But yes, I agree. There's a lot of stuff that's like, now that we're on the they rolled in a bunch of stuff from Sketchfab, I think. And so now it's got a lot of stuff that is kind of mediocre. Like the big pull, like, you know, the appeal of the previous one was that everything was set up to work in Unreal right off the bat, so I didn't do anything. Now I want to filter out everything from Sketchfab because I don't want to have to make an entire skeleton in order to use some particular model. I want one that's, you know, based on the Epic skeleton because I don't hate myself, you know, or one with pre-made animations that I can adjust. Because, well, one guy, just one. I do not have time to make a whole army of specialized skeletons for everything. And then I have to make all animations for it because it's a specialized skeleton, not the Epic skeletons, so none of the animations work, and yeah. Yeah, like, there's so much free stuff. Like, I can't wait to go look through it. I haven't even looked since they did that because I don't know. And it's Pankaj? Nice, nice. Factory Environment Collection. But yeah, I'll stop scrolling through this. But you get the idea. Like, I think everyone should go there and, you know, build their games off of all the 9 million free things. Especially if you just want to learn game dev. Not having to actually pay anything to do it is just insane. Like, you could literally just start today. You just download Unreal Engine for free. Make a Fab account. And, use all the free assets to build whatever you like. Make someone like me who knows absolutely nothing about C++ able to do this. Like, that's pretty cool. I mean, I understand programming logic. That's true. Because I do know how to use JavaScript, but tell you right now that I didn't have to learn any syntax in order to do this, so that's good. Well, yeah, I didn't have to learn any syntax, and I just put nodes everywhere. Kind of nice. 10 out of 10. Would never type code again. I could also have AI do things, I suppose, for me too, but let's be real here. That would take like all the fun out of it. I must admit, I am very, oh, this isn't AI so much, but I guess it kind of is. They have a new thing here where you can take a whole bunch of pictures of like an object in real life, and it'll take that those pictures and convert it into a model for you. Another thing that Epic is working on. And I was like, wait, what? It's a whole model? So cool. Unlike in real life, I can make plants grow in this. Yeah, I was looking at that because I was like, you know, just imagine all the things sitting around the house. If you have some sort of weird doodad, you could just go, oh, look, this is now in my game, instead of having to try to find a model of it that someone made, which is cool, but, you know, I own the item in real life. Why can't I have it in my game? Right? Like, I paid for the item. It's just now I'm paying for it again in the game. There's actually an argument for having put these down lower. Like this. Do I like that better than this? I don't think I do. I think I actually like it up higher better. Yeah, that'll be pretty neat when that's a thing, because, you know, I'm not rich. I need specific models. That's one of the things I picked a very specific subject with, you know, dolls and like Victorian steampunk. I need all sorts of toys that would have existed in like the 1920s, 1930s. And characters that were designed for that sort of era too. And if you wanted something that was fantasy, oh my gosh, I have so many fantasy assets you don't even know. Just so many of them for free. I could make huge amounts of fantasy games. Or modern era. Like those two things, there's so many assets they just give you for it. You can make anything you want. Nope. That's no fun. Oh, I have a dream, yeah. Dream that I can make a game that's full of childlike glee and wonder that pretty much smacks of something that you might get out of like DreamWorks mixed with Tim Burton. Like this. Oh wow. Sounds like you've been busy. Wow. There's few things that can really beat the feeling of having all that stuff just made and then just being able to play with it. Just, you know, just like, nope, that's part of my world now. I just get to do it. It's just a thing. You know, it's just a really cool feeling to see a world come to life. I really don't think that can be overstated. I really think that's actually the bug that gets people, you know, really into game dev and just keeps them going. Just having a world you want to see come to life. Awesome. Yeah, it's a lot of work, especially menu work. Oh, menu work. The amount of life hating that goes on during menu work sometimes. Especially for controller support. Yeah. Thankfully that plugin exists. It makes all that easy. But for that plugin, oh gosh. Oh yes. Every tutorial ever. I'm just gonna go ahead and make this button and call it settings and then do nothing with it. Every tutorial ever. You're just like, really? Really? I'm gonna have to figure out all the settings myself for this one? Like, okay, well, what are the nodes to, you know, change ray tracing on and off? I mean, it's probably, you know, just something based on the camera, but still, or I don't know, maybe the game mode or something. It's probably, well, it might be the game mode. But yeah, every single one of them is just like, yeah. Add a button for settings. Never tell you how to use it or how to set it up. Guess I should save at some point. Wait for a second, Charlotte. I need your help. I'm sure this is like a why me moment. Like, if she was actually there, I'd be like, why? Everyone do this. Why me? I mean, she's probably a little too big for a lot of these things anyway, but it's okay. I looked it up, and it turns out that women tend to achieve their max height pretty much not too far off of 14. They really just kind of hit their growth spurt and then never grow anymore. I was like, oh, okay, well, given her age, I guess she's just what she is now. Things I never thought I'd look up. average weight for them, average, height for various ages, Oh yeah, no one said you need to do anything with the settings button. It's perfectly fine, right? It needs that. Just decoration anyway. There's only going to be like a couple guys in, the ratings for your game who are going to be upset that you didn't have some way to remap the controls to their ridiculous, specialized setup that they have to have for any game they play. It's funny, that's the big joke. There's always someone who complains about not having that. And they're always really, really angry. So I mean, you should probably include it just to avoid the one angry person, I guess, but maybe. Yeah, I think this should go to this window here because of how that would just clock her in the head. This is problematic. Yeah, I don't look forward to the having to make the settings menu. No. It was quite the adventure when I had to make the save menu. But I actually have a mechanic that requires that saving is a thing because, well, it turns out that if you switch levels, things aren't persistent. The only things that are persistent are player controller and the game mode. So, oh yeah, and the save files. So, and of course, once you turn it off, the save file is the only thing that's actually persistent. Yeah. I mean, the settings menu is like not that important because you gotta know what you're even bothering to set anyway. Like, I mean, you probably don't need to turn off ray tracing if you're making like a game that's, looks like Minecraft or something. You're like, well, I don't think ray tracing is gonna really factor into this one, anybody, but I'm just saying, maybe. I don't think Poppet could even go through this. I think it's like too tall for her. Pretty certain. Yeah, I needed saving because there's the ability to rescue things and take them to the painting world, which means that when you go to the painting world, because it's a different level, it has to save so it can keep track of what you actually rescued. Now she can get through this. Oh, that's exciting. So I learned about persistence and all that, and creating saves and the game mode and all that, and the main menu actually does let you save the game and delete the game, and going to all the boxes actually does save the game too. I'm not sure if I'm gonna let you save the specific files or not within the game itself. It may have a way to just copy files or something. Saving to slots is harder than you think. It can be done, but yeah. I'm not even tracking actual stat upgrades, though I do have the ability to upgrade stats already in, but I haven't actually really added any of it in there or any particular point for a lot of it. I don't think I want to raise that much. I was more concerned about her being able to keep track of which paintings she's unlocked and which NPCs she's found. Kind of priced myself into a bad situation here, didn't I, with these things, because of the fact that there's a tomato house there. So it's probably spawn right here, right? Tomato City is growing. This track is like a track I really like, but at the same time one I really dislike because it reminds me of the game that I never finished. I am gonna finish it someday. It would just hit dev hell, and I was just like, this is just not happening. But it's gonna get remade in UE at some point anyway. That was like the generic level music. Or I think like the first area of it. I should have positioned this farther out. I did learn a lot from that game. A lot of it came down to just planning better. I'm having a game dev doc and things like that, and I didn't really have that with that game. Definitely was a catastrophe. Interesting mechanics though, so I'm sure I'm going to make the game later. Well, you see, the beautiful part is you just use an open world level, and you don't have to do anything particularly interesting with, you know, partitions and anything. Like, kind of does like 90% of the work for you. The only thing I learned today that I didn't know before, like, was that when you go to one of these, you can actually include the component in the HLOAD like that, and then you can select which one you're putting it in. And you just pick the one for your level. And then next time you build the HLOADs, it will add it to there, and then, you know, you'll have better performance. I didn't know that until like today. It was always just include actor and HLOAD, and I just didn't think to ever add to it. I did that, and it added like 10 FPS to the whole game. When I'm not streaming, the game gets about 36 to 40 FPS. So it's doing very good. When I'm streaming, it only gets like 24 to 28, but at some point, the fault of my computer, you know, it's only so powerful. Only it were greater. I was so excited for a second. I looked over at the number of views on YouTube, and for a second I thought it was viewers. I saw 74, and I was like, "There's 74 people watching me on YouTube." Damn, no, there's like 2, but still, for a brief moment, I was like, "Damn." I don't think I've ever gotten more than like 12 on YouTube. Due to like raids on Twitch, the current highest is 38 people on Twitch. So I'm just saying it's that one raid. A funny raid where nobody actually talked and nobody followed. They just sat there for like 5 hours and watched me. I was like, that's cool. You're not talking. Weird. That's okay. I talk enough for everybody. Left unchecked, I'll never shut up. I always told people that the best reason to stream and why everyone should do it is you can sit there and talk to yourself the whole time, and no one will think you're crazy. They'll just think you're talking to viewers. You could be crazy, but they'll never know. People walk by your room, it's like, oh, you must be streaming again. Must be. Nice. Really, with the currency system like that, usually you need a dialogue system, right? Some kind of a shop system, which mostly is just a dialogue system. When I'm which dialogue system am I using? I'm currently using Dialogue Tree. I went with this one because it was the easiest to integrate, required almost no additional effort to do. And, you know, it came with all the basics of how to do things, like including having pictures and stuff. So like the Fallout style RPG type things, the original ones like that, or the strategy RPGs, which keep track of all that stuff. But also it had, you know, dialogue things done like this instead of, you know, like the tables. I don't like the tables. I'm used to doing this because of blueprints. So I just want to do this. Granted, I would kind of rather be horizontal because blueprints are horizontal for the most part, but I'm just saying it's fine. I'm not hating. And you can program custom events in there too. So it's pretty good. I mean, it gets the job done. Of course, I'm waiting for... oh, he did. He released the upgraded version. Oh, good. I need to do that. I've been waiting for that because I can't do any kind of packaged game to test other stuff until I had that. Cool. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. You'll just put up like some sort of little indicator to buy, and that's the job done. Having come from the JRPG community, I'm used to shops being very robust. It's like, I don't want to do that. You know, these tomatoes could be on top of mushrooms potentially too. I put them, or I'm just gonna put them all on these. Well, let's grab a flat mushroom and test this, shall we? Because we have the all-purpose best mushroom ever. I get lost in my own building. Mm-hmm. Just trying to grab this, not move the camera. Thank you. Yeah, what if they just sit on top of these mushrooms? That's kind of cool, right? I'm gonna shrink it back down to the size, though. Boo. We'll make it a little bigger, like 2.2. What just happened? Somehow it deleted. The reason why is because number lock was off. No mushroom head, but it's like a little platform it's sitting on. They built their house on a mushroom. I hate I'm a mushroom? Damn. I thought it was cool. I mean, who doesn't build their, tomato house on top of a mushroom? It's just the natural location you would put a tomato house, right? Such a weird thing there. I mean, to be honest, it might be better just to have the random wood underneath them, too. It's more like an actual, theme park thing where they just cheaped out on it. I don't know. I mean, I could also do that. The problem is, well, I don't have an easy way to remove the top. But what I can do is I can get creative. Right? We'll try your strat here, because, maybe you're right. There's no reason not to give it a shot. Could look good. They'll be growing like this instead. Is that better? I don't know. I think my issue is that it doesn't look like that would hold this up. But to be completely honest, if you flip it, I don't think it looks like it could hold it up either. Right? Well, that was not the way. Well, I can, but then I have this giant thing at the bottom. I could also run this into the ground, I guess. That also runs into problems, too, because there is, in fact, a floor just down here, so it can't go very deep. Like, we're very restricted on how deep something can go. Which is why I'm not too big on jamming things in the floor. If there wasn't a floor below it, I wouldn't care at all. I would just jam whatever I want in the floor. But there have been assets I can't even use because of the fact that they go into the floor. I'm like, oh, cool, neat, goes into the floor. But at that point, why not just have the top be the thing that's all spread out? I mean, if you're just going to spread it out anyway, then why not just flip it? Is I think the question. Because after all, if you take this and just enlarge it, it's going to basically look a lot like this setup here where there's just this giant, big, huge thing holding it up. I don't know. Thinking about it, I was like, good. Yeah, but I mean, the problem is you see how wide this has to be. At that point. What would be better is if I had like a regular stem. I think there is a stem available. Because it might just be the wrong thing to use, you know? Well, I'm not going to have it in here, probably. But, what's it called? Blah, 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 blah. Maps bundle. There we go. There were like 4 other map things like that. One of them was like Future Tokyo or something. I was like, why is Tomato City with Future Tokyo? It's so weird. Mushroom tree. I mean, there's this wood here. Let's say I use this wood, right? I have an idea. You need to be really wide. Not very tall. It looks like something you might have flushed. I'm just saying. Definitely has a quite the look to it that is maybe not the best. So, let's say I get this thing to fit. Like that. It goes into the center. I don't like that at all. 0.4. Number lock goes up. 3.4. There. Anyway. The new plan is to change the texture on it. Now they have like a green thing that holds them up, like a stem. You can keep making it wider. The big, yeah, I don't know. Let's see. We'll keep making it wider. Doesn't actually really connect very well either. Makes me want to do this with it. connect this along the bottom here, right? Huh? That's fair. I mean, it's kind of supposed to be a pretty distracting area in general, but not the best texture in the world. Still. I could make it look like cheap plastic. I wonder what cheap plastic would look like, because I mean, let's be real here, it is kind of cheap plastic. Kind of like the I think like, so we can go like cheap plastic. I think I like the cheap plastic better because it matches the cheap plastic roof. Oh, actually. I suppose that's fair. Part of what it is I just want them to, like, you know, to wander around. I want them to, you know, go ooh shiny and go that way and then that way and explore the rooms. Like, a lot of the rooms aren't going to be that linear. Like, you can just kind of wander around them and do things. Find stuff, get into things, I mean. The linear thing about the game is that I restrict you which room you can go into, but... or maybe the height of the room you can get to sometimes, but overall... let's see how this looks. So maybe this look better. House top. House top. Might actually be better to have the darker green. Let's test the sorted options here. Why didn't this one change? That didn't work. A lot of them won't work because they don't tile. But I was hoping I'd get away with the darker one like that. I think the original plastic one is the best one. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the plastic. The whole reason for using these was that I wanted them to look fake. So, mission accomplished. They look fake. Perfect. Perfect. I kind of want them to go into the ground a little bit. Not too much, but enough. That. Yeah, something like that will do. I guess I could try enlarging it more. That's probably fair. I want it to look like it'll hold it up. Just when I copy paste each one, they'll actually stay in the right area. You know? An important thing there. I'm sure I'm going to end up having to do a bunch of changes in these later as I get other mechanics in. Definitely better than these. So these are going to be used to hold up other stuff, I imagine. So I'll probably keep some around so I can keep track of if I'm going to need them. But do I want a plastic, you know, vine twine? I might as well try it, right? Vine meshes, there you go. This one usually works really well. Then vine spline. Fast to asset real fast here. So the plan here. Spline mesh here real fast. Uses the wrong angle. Right? Lots of things that are open. Still the wrong angle. Not every mesh actually works for this. They have like a weird base point. There we go. Now it looks like it's happy to see me. Hi. Actually, we're gonna just... Oh, that's right, because it's mixed up now, so it's a little different. You can kind of tilt it a bit if I want. Actually, let's there you go. Now it's even weirder looking. Yeah. Yeah, weirder looking. Got a party on. It's like do 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 do. Only by embracing the spline can you truly understand Unreal. That which is spline is great. Make spline great again? I don't know. Is stuck in the building? Might be. For some reason I had the door to this one off in the middle of nowhere. I might just block that. Oops. It's way more exciting than you can just bend everything. Yes. Bend, my pretties, bend. I would bend just this one, but or not. Just the point, please. Thank you. One of the things I could do is I could actually not do whatever I just did. I could adjust the spline point here, but I guess not. Can't scale the one's point. Yeah. No, you can do it right here. I'm dumb. Didn't really change anything. Or if it did, I didn't notice it. Still. That seems more interesting. Oh, I don't even have room for this. I just called it Jungle 4, I think. Only 2:24 a.m. Wow. Yes, it is early. I took the day off today. I was being lazy. Mostly I hurt my back or something like that, my lower back, like about a week and a half ago, and the only time I could get in to see the deep tissue massage therapist was like today, right in the middle of work, and I was like, just like going, oh, okay, I'm just gonna go. I don't need to go to work today. I work for myself, so whatever. I'm don't get me wrong, I like making money, but at some point, being able to stand is probably pretty good too. Alright, so my plan for this is going to be wonky and weird. I know. Everyone acts surprised that I make wonky and weird stuff. And then fail because, well... yeah. But at least I know you tried, and that's how I know you care. If you just think feed me Seymour as it's, growing up to go after these tomatoes, it becomes a lot better. I still am actually half tempted to use leaves instead of the cheap plastic. know if I like that better. Probably not. It was kind of like a mess. Hmm. Moments like this, I wish I didn't dual stream onto YouTube, so I could actually just like have copyrighted music and not have to listen to like just regular tracks. Yes. Yes. But keep moving her through locations so we get an idea. Six is almost too big for her. I almost wonder if I should make her slightly smaller. Used to be ginormous and relative to Poppet. Do a quick test. That's probably fair. I mean, she's like, you know, kind of up to her leg, basically. Not even fully up her leg. Maybe like mid-shin. It's like mid-shin. Well, women are a lot of legs, so you factor in like that. Maybe like 1, 2, 3, potentially 4, 5. Maybe about 6.5 poppets tall. Roughly. Very roughly. That's right, that makes her about 5'5". Okay. Roughly where I wanted to be. I was thinking maybe like 5'4", but 5'5" is fine. I don't know why I didn't save it earlier, but I didn't. So she fits underneath all that very easily. Let's assume that she's like flying a little higher, so she'd fit no problem. How about over here, though? If she's flying around there. I mean, this is definitely a problem waiting to happen, so... Also, I want to pull away from this or move the entire house over some. Let me check how she'd look under this, too. This might not be a big enough height either. Yeah, well, I mean, she's probably only flying about this high, but even then, that's still cutting it really close. Yeah, I'm gonna wanna probably raise this whole thing up some. It's just a little bit too low. Also, I want to move this over a bit too. Like move this over. Really? Kind of a certain amount of not much I can do about this section, I guess, unless I pull it over to the side, right? That's a little better. Hmm. Oh, hey Mike, how's it going? Got here late today. Jeez. You weren't waiting for bated breath with me to stream? Really? Thought I knew you, man. Thought I knew you. This guy streams. News to me. All right, well, all is forgiven then. You've given me an upvote. Okay, you know what? I've come to this conclusion. This needs to loop. Actually, I haven't even put a Discord link up. Why do I start the stream by doing that? And then I always seem to forget until way later. Discord link out there for people. And I'll proceed to pin it to everything. Yeah. Yes. YouTube. Alright. Yeah, how's that art going? Have you achieved the ultimate amount of waifus yet? Or is more research required to achieve even more waifus? Because let's be real here. One needs to achieve the ultimate level of waifu. Anything less, it's not acceptable. Yes, the corn games. Very important. One can never have enough corn. Hey Vibhu, how's it going? You're just in time to be just in time. And that is why you should be excited. Remember where this stupid mesh was, so I'm just gonna go grab a copy of it and drag. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Why not these? Mm. Mm. I'm not even sure I want to have these on there because it might actually be kind of obnoxious to make it work. But maybe. Let's say I do this and then this. Promise I wouldn't go to the ground. Oh, happy Dimwale to you too. I don't know what this is, but happy it. Yes. Yes, indeed. Can I stretch this in a way that makes it look not terrible? No. Yeah, this strategy's terrible. I don't like it anymore. Thanks, I hate it. What if we go running this over to here? Black saw. I might loop it all the way around so it goes down to this. It's like a little pathway thing. Already kind of long though, so maybe I'll grab a new one to start with here. I really have created a racetrack now. I'm just saying. It wasn't originally going to be a racetrack, but it's kind of a racetrack now. Yeah, this looks safe. Really can't have that much of a decline here, can you? Could put a set of stairs here. Like instead of having this rotate down, I could actually just have stairs. Then migrate this down. But by that standard, should I just have another set of stairs? Probably just another set of stairs, right? Given how well it seems to connect, yeah. Part of me wanted to make it like just a ramp so you could literally just drive a car around it or something, but it's not gonna fit. It's not at a sensible level anyway. Might just take one of these little balcony things and move it over. Just to kind of act as a holder. Oh. What am I doing? Actually, it's a spline. Hmm. Well, I was going to stretch that way now that I know. We've come full circle. Wrong with that? Oh, it's kind of cool now. Run around it. Adding some lights. The mushrooms are their own kind of lights, so I might make those the lights. Or I will. Poppet's idea of stairs. Pretty much what I was hoping for. Completely bizarre and weird. Goes into the wall, I hate that. Still gotta put stuff to hold all this up. Oh, there's a light that gives sanity back nearby here. Fair enough. I guess these pumpkin, the tomato houses have terrible collision. Let's see if we can cheat. I get the feeling we're gonna get stuck with complex on this thing. Does that one jump through the windows? Waiting, 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 waiting. Can't really go through those ones. Yeah, okay. You're gonna stuck with complex. There's nothing about it. But to have complex collision is simple. So why was I unable to jump in? Hmm. Hmm. I can jump through that one just fine. Just to check. Oh, there's an extra thingy. That's what it was. Let's get rid of the extra thingy and just run the pipe in. What I really need is one of those little games, little Twitch games that plays at the bottom of the screen. If all the people who actually show up can play it. Be awesome. I'm not gonna do one of those yet, but I'll have to figure one out. Yeah, it'd be kind of sweet. I'll have to remove that so it's not stuck in there. Like that. I'll have to straighten the pipe out a bit. There. Almost surprised when I saw it there. I was like, hey, wait a minute. What am I hitting? These mushrooms have terrible collision. That's dangerous. The other option is to lower it down so that it goes underneath it. That would be nicer. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's definitely Thing Blood. I don't plan on making the full game. I'm gonna make a demo and then let people mess with the demo. And I'll pretty much just pull playtesters out of my Discord at that point. When I get to it. Might be a little bit though. White. I was mostly making the first two areas, like the first couple concept areas. I got to building thinking it was really cool. I haven't figured out the exact direction I want the like the exact room order I want them to go in yet. I originally had an order, but then I started coming up with some really cool rooms, and I was like, maybe I want them to go into these. Gotta design enemies for them, though. That's true. So this room's coming out pretty cool. I might replace these, make it so that they don't have a thing here. Just have like one retainer wall here, no other walls. Could happen. Yeah, I've got a bunch of gameplay already. I would just think these areas are really cool. Yeah. Probably not the first area. Seemed kind of lame by comparison. I might be restructuring some things in those to be more entertaining. They get better and better with concept designs for areas. I guess I don't have water flowing in that room. For a waterfall here. Actually, what I could do I don't know if your room even needs a waterfall. They're cool. There's not a lot of space for it, though. To be completely honest, I think this room is about as full as it's gonna get. So a waterfall would be kind of weird. I'll put it in there just to see, but... Oh. I'll delete the second one. I just don't think there's a space for the waterfall in here. To be 100% honest, I just don't. Maybe over there. About the best you can get. Definitely don't think it needs it though. Yeah, let's get the hypothetical here. Let's do all this. Move it up to here. Thicken water, of course. Put the cook things into this water here. Do I even like this? Not a huge amount. Definitely lots of visuals that encourage people to wander around. It's my goal. Run dry. Have to lower it so it's not even in the ceiling. I mean, I love waterfalls, I do, but kind of get the feeling this shouldn't be. Definitely very meandering. I do like it quite a bit. Oh, it's adding boards to like hold the whole thing up, right? Actually, let's put a couple boards underneath this. Just to make it look nice and neat. Very important. Maybe a little board of map building. Maybe I'll go back to working on other stuff. I could actually just run this into the ground as a full holder. Just run it through the boards. Not terrible. Ooh. That isn't gonna work. Would not fit very well. That'll do. You know what? Change the emissive on this, maybe. Guess you can't change the color, huh? Oh, there was an easy color to do it. I could multiply by a color, I guess. Actually, multiply. It's a vector param. Give more of a blue light to them. They all have it. Okay. Slightly more bluish. I like that better. Toxic water doesn't look very nice. I think I like that better. Just makes the water look more, you know, diverse in color instead of being lime green or whatever it was, or toxic green. It doesn't look clean now, but it looks like it has other coloring to it, so. I'm gonna go fix my random explosive I made earlier in the game to show someone because I like the idea of it, so I'm gonna go fix it to be good. I did it the simple way because I was just showing him how to do it, but I need a landmine. Damages the player. I was like, wait a minute, this is not a bad idea. And my keyboard is running out of power. Always tell because it'll type a whole bunch of keys at once. Oh, there's a phone out there. 1 second. 57%? Okay. It does slowly run out of power, but I think it takes about 7 or 8 hours even plugged into the computer to provide additional power. As long as it's me and my camera. Yeah, so we'll launch over here so you don't have to I guess I might be going for traps, right? Not a bad idea. It's not really a launcher. I mean, it does launch you, but hey, Link VRR. I'm working on a game called Poppet Quest, which is a 3D Metroidvania where you are a basically a killer like Jack the Ripper is going around and killing women and putting their souls in dolls. I will give you the tour. I'm making a landmine. It's adorable because it wants you to step on it. It asks you to step on it. It's very nice. You step on it and good things happen. Yeah, it's based very much on the it has the same feels like Alice Madness Returns and like Little Nightmares type of thing. You're playing as a doll trying to escape Toy Factory. This is my new landmine. It's very exciting. A little slow to explode. I'll fix that. This fight isn't even remotely finished, but you know, whatever. Oh, let me put nav meshes down real fast. Forgot I have any nav meshes. I've been building levels for a while. So every time I do that, I get rid of all the nav meshes, because, you know, they have to calculate every time you do anything. So it would take a long time. Yeah. Nav meshes are most definitely a nightmare. So this is one of the combats I was working on. It's actually going to be the first real boss. Yeah, the character Poppet uses hero cards as her weapons. This is the Fool. It's a giant sucker. Excuse the lag a bit. It's kind of hard on my computer to do streaming plus play the game. It's the first boss. It gets about 34 to 40 FPS when I'm not streaming, but you know. The mechanic of this one here is that this lady is the, you know, leader of the voodoo dolls. And she summons a voodoo doll of you. So during this battle, you have to actually protect the voodoo doll of you from her. Oh, the voodoo doll is very stupid. Exactly. Oh. Uh-oh. Kind of late. One of the main mechanics of the game is that there's a curse that permeates this toy factory, and the curse powers you. However, too much of the curse will drive you insane. So, While you're in the light, you gain your sanity back, but when you're in the darkness, you get fill up on your curse, which lets you do powers like or dodge. Yeah, the more hours I stream, the laggier this gets, so. I am responsible for Poppet, the main character, who you can't really see in the dark right now. I'm responsible for Voodoo. I'm responsible for a lot of the female characters, because I had to make the 5 major bosses. They're all the killer's victims. I'm responsible for a few others. Others I'm not responsible for. So it's... I made some of it. I do all the graphics design, though, for everything. I'm the level builder and everything, so I make some of the stuff. Yeah, I'll give you the rundown of various mechanics. Like I said, it's a bit laggy at the moment. I probably need to restart the client. That's probably what'll fix it because, well, yeah. About 5 hours into the stream, and I think the codec isn't very good for cleaning the memory. I think it just kind of builds up a bit. The NVIDIA codec for streaming. Oh, let me I am always open to feedback, and some of the ideas even make it to the game, potentially. That's half the fun of working on these games, is, you know, like while streaming, people can tell me about things. You have Radiant going upwards on the fencing around it. Maybe. Basically an asset that I got from a pack that I just literally made into a spline. Maybe. I mean, the game is supposed to be dark intentionally. Partially because it's easier to make it look good if it's dark. But also because, you know, you're fighting at night the whole time. But it's something to think about. That room is unfinished. It's like, I just made a quick battle arena. So, it might happen. I don't know why these things are not moving suddenly, but that's okay. Yeah. So, one of the mechanics is these things here are possessed objects. Yeah. And one of the arrows is the Hierophant, which makes possessed objects behave. You can use them as platforms. Creating impromptu platforming. I'm platforming on a keyboard and a mouse at the moment. As you can see, it drains your curse though, so you gotta hurry up and get to places. But if you're, the light turns purple when you're in the curse, and it turns not purple when you aren't. So you get an idea of where you're being cursed at. I'm still working on the, on making it look better. Thanks for the follow. Yes. Awesome. And yeah, I'll look at your suggestion. So that room is currently just, it's only the basics of it. So the design of the room is still very much up in the air. So it could happen. I don't know. I have some ideas for how it's going to look in the end. Then I find some other cool assets and it changes. Anyway, yeah, thanks for dropping by. And if you ever want to see the rest of the tour against all the other stuff, just let me know and I will show you all that stuff too. There you go. Take screenshots in the menu. I like to get screenshots. This is very exciting. Hey, catch you later. Guess I should solve the mystery why these enemies aren't attacking. They've always attacked before. But they've decided that, nah, today, it's their vacation. I guess part of the reason why I'm having so much issue with lag is I have all these open. Every one of these things is a resource hog that didn't need to be. Yes, I would. But what's this problem? I guess I could go through and give it all the stuff to be more robust. I think all of them need just a more robust option. Make that a pure function on there or something. I don't know, because some of these have a different reset action. Wait, You basically need to clone these are like nightmare fuel. I both love it and hate it at the same time. I'm up to 36 followers, 14 more to go, and I'm in the potential affiliate range where I can get 50% off my own, Amazon Prime. You sub to yourself and get 50% off your own Amazon Prime. A real money. Everyone's got to have a life goal. Well, YouTube's like, what traffic? Periodically check to see what they're doing. YouTube's just like, nah, fam. We sent you people. Look what you did with them. And I'm like, I didn't mean to. I don't know what I did with them, but I didn't mean to. What I could do is actually this here. Open up the NPC. It should be a function. Reset character behavior. Character behaviors. Wait. Well, macro won't work, right? It won't. It was called. I thought it was execute, but it's apparently not. I guess you can't do that in there. You'd have to do it in a macro, but macros don't work for children, so whatever. I get the feeling I'm just making my life harder for no reason whatsoever. You know what? It's best not to do that to yourself. I know there's always a way to improve your program, you make it better and better and better, but half the time when I do that, I just spend all this extra time that probably didn't need to happen. This one needs the update. Might as well overcomplicate things for funsies, you know? What all the cool kids are doing. This one just moves towards target, right? Like, there's nothing special about this one here. Yeah, I didn't even use the others. Just attack, move to target, and roaming. They know what they want in life. Everyone's getting kind of a glow up on their character behaviors. I might want to take the attack and make it more, like stabilize it more, like make it like more, universal. Ugh. Tired here. It is like 3:41 a.m., so that's kind of late, you know, a little. Leave these work before I do anything else. There's an ad mesh, right? How did I break you? Ugh. Oops. That. Let's see what's going on in their heads here. Clearly there's something weird. Oh, so complicated NPCs. It has all these movements on it. One of the things I might do is have them randomly hop forward too. Let's random it big here, and then switch on int. There's like an 80% chance it moves the target, but I also want a jump forwards option. And I'm just copy pasting out of pure laziness. Well, it's kind of no reason not to copy paste, to be honest. Keep that one. Physics, I keep seeing them appear on top of stuff and they can't get off it. They just sit there, and that's terrible. I don't want that. So occasionally I want them to jump. Not a big jump, but just enough of a jump that they can move. Because it's just kind of dumb otherwise. It's like, okay, you can just sit there. I know what the problem is. I'm dumb. That's my problem. He's missing a whole bunch of information. Let me guess, I put it down here. Sure did. That's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. I made this one and then updated my movement system, and it just, or updated my entire programming for it. And I haven't really done all of them yet. Half tempted to make a generic action thingy that's exactly the same for all of them, but a lot of them have so many different actions, it would just be this incredibly long list. It seems kind of insane. Move direction. So I don't have to have a different, you know, move direction for roaming and away from target and everything like that. It's just going to be called move direction. See if that fixes all my problems. Boing. Boing. Oh. Where did it go? Well, move direction doesn't appear to be doing what I want, but they sure like to jump. Why is move direction? Hmm. Oh, yawning a lot. Hmm. What's weird is they were moving earlier. And they hadn't made any changes to them until recently. Oh yeah, I had the whole spawner thing I was gonna do, and then I got sidetracked by something else. Mostly building a tomato area. It's looking really good. She even put those in there? I think she does. Hmm. I might make their jump a little wimpy too. I just kind of want them to hop off of things because they always get caught on stuff and it's kind of obnoxious. They look really funny when they jump. Like I said, I really just want it to be a little tiny jump there. I don't know what the move location just is causing them to not hit the ground. These ones can move, right? Waiting for it to boot up. It's like nobody can move this room because those move in the other room just fine. So it's something wrong with this room itself. But now I figured that out. Let me just delete the nav meshes. I don't know what all those are, but you know, kind of annoying. Okay, that was the problem. Yeah, it looks so funny flapping like a little seal and a little candle bouncing up and down. Are the explosions in the background? That one looks like it's flying. Oosh, I love it. What's up with you? Okay, you're happy now. We fixed the roaming, I think. You always have it jump forward just randomly. Won't face the player or anything, but it'll jump forward and therefore it'll be able to randomly get off there. So I'll just do this. Exact same copy method here. I can just change this to random. I end up calling it pretty soon. It's like 4 a.m. here. Much as I'm having fun with this, I also realize there's a diminishing return on how good I am at doing this stuff. Let's see. Gotta make a bunch more enemies. So many more. Mm-hmm. They really are my favorite enemy. That really work? Damn. I think they work just fine. Hmm. I probably want to sit there and redo a bunch of these enemies so that they're not crappy. You don't have the updated system here. Actually, I'll just grab it off here because it's much easier to look at here. I made a system so that they can get unstuck, basically. In case their action is just, you know, not happening. And then I don't need a second do once, just single do once. What am I doing? All that. Just gonna clean crap up. Might as well do this now when all the enemy, like there's only so many enemies to fix. Really? Kind of standardize their behavior setups. Alright, so updated move system. How do I connected it first and then changed the name? I should have known that would do that. Maybe make an unstuck algorithm or something like that. Not a bad idea to just have that available, where you just literally unstuck all the time. Let's see here. Maybe I'll just clone that. Not a bad idea to just completely clone the option. Give them both a jump direction. This is my default unstick. Because, yeah. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Okay. I think I just cloned the whole jump thing. Kinda. Except for these ones, I'm gonna have to jump backwards because they're little, you know, cowards. So instead of roaming, we'll do this here, and periodically they'll jump backwards. I really want them to roam at that point. That's kind of a lame thing to do, right? There's an option to face the player on that one, right? And I could have them just move back and forth. Having them just randomly walk around and then fire is kind of stupid. Like, why would they just randomly walk around? But I don't want them to jump backwards entirely because they might not, they might jump out of range and stop firing. I guess to get away from the player. Actually, I think I'll make it a 50-50. If you're really close to them, they will attempt to retreat. Might just be move away. Well, you know, maybe that one will just be like move away from them. Yeah, move away from target. Going up close, they'll try to jump backwards. Oh, they just automatically... Well, why is there even a thing at that point? If I'm just always going to have them do the same behavior, there doesn't need to be a distance check. Well, I overly complicated that, didn't I? About doing what I do best. Overcomplicating things. Yes. Such over much complicated. Oh. They don't have an attack, they just launch a projectile, so... Retreat is no longer a thing. I don't know why I'd have weight as a thing, but... The best thing about doing it this way is I don't have to have anywhere near as many options on what the actions are. Unless I want to declare a chain, but this is actually supposed to be a simple enemy, so I don't really need to do that. Maybe I'm making them a little more complex as I go. Pretty much every enemy, honestly. Alright, let me tell it to spawn these guys too, for that matter. This anymore. Like a million years ago. Huh? I want to restart the editor at some point. It's getting a bit laggy. Hey Swash, how's it going? And do lose catch. And Graham, what's up? It's getting so laggy from like running like 5 hours straight or something like that. I need to launch it. Nice, nice. How was your stream? I caught an early portion of it. Obviously, I started streaming like 5 hours ago, so I didn't catch that much of it, but got some of it. Gotta turn that off on the weapons. Nice, nice. That's the best thing about streaming game dev. You get so much more done. If I wasn't streaming this, like, there's no way I could sit for like, 5+ hours just working on a project. I would get sidetracked by something, a game, scrolling through like Twitter or, watching YouTube, maybe watching a show, something. Yeah. See you there, Graham. You get there, Hi, Trevin. How's it going? And I'm Guinness. I'm Guinness. There you go. Nice, nice. I wish I got hyper focus. When I'm in front of it streaming, I get the focus. When I'm not in front of it streaming. Yeah, pretty much when I'm not in front of streaming. It's... I'm gonna reboot the engine real fast. 1 second. About to do that, and then raid happened. I was like, oh, okay. I could use more screens. Lots. I don't know if I'm going to put them on this desk, though. One of those standing desks, so you can only put so much weight on it, and after a while, it's like a... I mean, it'll still work, but... yeah. 6 is a good number. Yeah, yeah. You gotta get them so like they're just completely all the way around you. And you just kind of rotate to do your work. Here a second, dude. Close enough. Yes. I need more like a larger green screen so I can actually spin around. Feel like when I'm thinking about something, I can have my back turned to it, and then people come in, it's like, it did. I don't know, 10 might not be enough for you. You're gonna have to upgrade at least to, 12 or something. And once you get to 12, what's to stop you from going to 14? Yeah, I mean, seriously, well, what's a few more between friends, right? When in doubt, what's a few more? Pretty much. If it doesn't look like that scene out of the Matrix or something where, he's meeting the architect, you don't have enough screens, okay? It's really that simple. Like, be the architect. Believe in yourself. Well, yeah, see, I could literally have the stream going, what I'm working on going, and then I could also be distracted at the same time by having, YouTube videos. But I can do it even better because I can get the whole, goldfish brain of every 10 seconds just going, oh, look, one, and this one, and this one, and just have a whole bunch of different shows. Just try to watch it all. It'd be great. Maybe even scroll, X at the same time. Just like, or trying to look back here at something different as I'm scrolling through it. I mean, yeah. At some point, you want your Unreal Preview to be so good, so big, that it's like you're really there. Like, if I don't have enough screens to make it so that Poppet is the size that I would be in there, if I'm standing face to face with her, if it's just not enough. I need that many screens to make that big of a world. And then I'll probably never leave it. I'll never go outside again. Nobody will ever hear from me, and that will be the end of the story. You just find me surrounded like one. Life goals. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Going through and fixing all my dorky enemies here. I'm just gonna steal out of this one. I'm stealing code out of my own stuff. I guess it's not really stealing at that point. It's basically just, your code. You're just using it. Recycle, reduce, reuse. I think at some point, when they finally have the actual glasses monitors like that, where you just have virtual screens everywhere. I think all of us are never going to take them off, right? That's what's going to happen. You're just going to be like, everywhere you look will be another monitor. Can you imagine if you could just literally tell it to make even more monitors? I'd almost be nightmarish in a way. If every direction you look up, there's a monitor. I don't even know what I would do. Oh, I know. With all the neck problems I have, any amount of them. I don't know. They have some new Facebook some new Meta ones they look like regular glasses. So maybe those ones actually work. I don't know. I didn't look even remotely into them. The last thing I want in my life is having Meta watching everything I do. I think I'll pass. If any other company made it, we could talk, but not that one. It's not. Is it even like a VR thing? They're just like regular glasses that like superimpose screens all over the world. So that's like AR, I think, is what they call it. It's, you know, might be interesting. I don't know. I've never tested it. It could be just trash for all I know. I mean, it probably is trash for all I know. I actually don't know what Magic Leap is. I'm hoping it's super exciting and not just lame like, you know, everything else Meta makes. Hate that, Meta. There might be some animosity directly towards Meta. Just a little. Six cameras, is that all? Jesus. You know, sometimes, with the devices I have now, I would like to have a device attached to the 9 million cameras. Like, it's just a ball of cameras. Somewhere in the center of it's the little device that you actually bought. I mean, an AR headset with 6 cameras is going to need to be pretty powerful, I would assume. I mean, how are they going to send the information to the FBI otherwise, right? Like, think about these things here. You're going to spy on someone, you got to do it right, you know? Did they? I would say I don't want to have them spying on me either, but as I'm using a Windows PC, at least it's only got Windows 10. I haven't put Windows 11 on there. I don't hate myself that much. But why would you upgrade to 11? I don't even see what the point is. You want them to spy on you more? Wasn't that one supposed to always be online too, or something stupid? I'm just like, why do this? That's fair. I do take some pretty good nudes there, you know what I'm saying. Microsoft's not fun. I'm sure Bill Gates is in the back room fapping even now. It's like, oh yeah, baby. You dev like that, you. Oh yeah. Dev a little more that way. Oh, keep deving. And you're just like, damn it, Bill. Keep it in your pants. I mean, if he's really doing that, fine. Okay. Oh wait, I'm using Blueprint? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close the blueprints now, Testy. I don't want you seeing blueprints. It's bad news. I think I'm just stealing the same type of code idea. That's right. No blueprints for you. No. Bad. No, you. I'll do it forwards. Sometimes I get stuck on things, so I decided I would have them randomly just do a tiny jump forwards or backwards to kind of get themselves off of something. I mean, if Bill Gates is sitting there watching all of us fap while drinking champagne and just a room full of monitors, I mean, that actually just sounds like hell to me. So if he wants to put himself in hell, I mean, he deserves it for, like, Windows ME still. I mean, let's be real here. I mean, like, because I don't know about you, but I would not want to see any of that stuff. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. But hey, maybe that's his kink. I mean, I ain't judging. Yeah, people always get like think to themselves, oh, but what about blah blah blah? They're watching these things like, you know, whoever's job that is has like the worst job ever. I really hope they're into whatever fetish each person's into as they're looking through them. Or at this point, there's probably an AI that has been trained to like look at all those, and right now that AI is plotting the downfall of humanity. After seeing all that, it's just like, all right, humans were a lost cause. We don't need them anymore. And to be fair, you know, that's fair. I mean, okay. I thought this thing just ran up and attacked. I don't understand why it's got all this weird crap that it's supposed to be doing. Alright, Monroe. Yeah, I mean, might as well. Once you start putting your life entirely on, you know, online, screw it. I don't care about this player already hit crap. We're not doing that. You can just keep hitting the player until the player is smart enough to leave. I think these ones will just be kind of, you know, like chickens with their head cut off. I don't think they need to be particularly smart. I'll just have them move a bit in each direction, and the acceptable will be like 50. Raise clauses. Oh my god. Dare I ask? I think I'm having roam here. I think I'm just gonna do that. What I'm hearing is deep thoughts in the chat. Yes. The deepest of thoughts. Sure. Why not? That's fair. The multi-threading thing can definitely be awkward. Having to put random, like, you know, weights in at certain points. I discovered that I have timed things poorly is a thing. It happens a lot. A whole lot. I'm just stealing the code out of these. They're all going to have somewhat similar code anyway, because they just need basic functions. A long time ago, I copy-pasted a whole bunch of stuff, and now I'm copy-pasting better stuff. That's my plan. They don't need any of this crap anymore. We're past that. They don't need this. They don't summon units. They don't strafe. They're stupid. They do wait. That's true. They don't have a projectile yet. I don't think they're getting one. A lot of enemies have to be simple and stupid. Like, they just kind of, you know, fodder. And these guys are about as fodder as they come, so... I mean, copy-paste is pretty much MVP here. Sadly, I can't copy-paste the whole thing because, well, all the enemies have somewhat different behavior. There is stuff I could copy-paste out of it, that's true. I could be that guy. But... Sometimes in my effort to save time and make the most efficient code, I spend more time trying to make the code than just doing the task and moving on. Yeah, all my people are inheriting from the BP NPC, which actually has all the various combat things and the various movement stuff. So this way I can largely just tell it specific little things here. This is mostly just cleaning up really bad ones from a while ago. I think this might have been the first of the ones I did. No, it couldn't have been because I copy-pasted a bunch of crap from something else. Clearly I had a much worse version somewhere. We won't talk about that one. I don't even know which one it is anymore. What does DAW stand for? I've been drinking, so all I have to say is I may need explanations on things that I wouldn't need explanations on. Speaking of which, I ran dry. Can't say I've used Digital Audio Workspace. I'm a big fan of using, you know, like just parents and everything like that for everything, and then just having all kinds of special, you know, special children. I used Acid Pro about 1 billion years ago. Like, I didn't even know anymore. Been so long. Which one was this? This was the Stitch Voodoo? I should name this thing something else. Stitch Voodoo. The reason I don't use it is, honestly, I just have so many other things I'm already using that I don't have the time to really make use of it, so... My current theory with all the music I'm going to do is that I'm just going to pay for it. Like, it's probably the most easily replaceable skill. Because you can add in music afterwards and it's not a big deal. So I'm like, I'm just going to pay someone. Yeah. And usually it's going to be probably just Humble Bundle packs, honestly. What you doing, buddies? I guess they don't have a move to target, do they? They're kind of weird and creepy in a strange sort of way. Oh yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't make every visual asset. I mean, I made some of them. Like, I made the main character, and I made a bunch of the female characters because... But... there's a lot of things I'm just, you know... not gonna make. At some point, if you're a solo dev, there's just not enough time. Like, you gotta pick and choose your battles. I realize I just have them moving randomly and they occasionally jump forwards, but new direction. What's target? Oh, I gotta copy paste this crap out of here instead. Yeah. Well, see, I need things that are toys, like that are like Victorian steampunk. You know how hard it is to find assets for what I'm doing? Do you know what a dumb decision it was to pick either of those? Why? I mean, you know, of all the things to pick, I was like, well, one of these wasn't hard enough. Let's do both. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of stuff I want off the Fab Marketplace that I'm waiting for that sale. I know there's going to be a Black Friday sale. has to be. There's always a Black Friday sale. And I'm gonna get all the remaining assets I need. Like 50+% off. Then I will never open a blueprint again. You will only ever see me make levels. I'm totally joking. I will open blueprints all the time. But still. Let's have him just... do that. I think I'm not going to have them move at random. I think I might occasionally have them jump backwards, but mostly they're just going to attack when they're up close. Like little Wolverines are just like... I mean, why not? I mean, even now, you can always export a lot of the assets, you know, as FBXs and just use them in Unity if you want. I mean, don't get me wrong. That sounds so tedious, but... gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, every time I looked at Sketchfab and they're like, you gotta make a skeleton and animations for this, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't think I'm gonna do this. This seems like a lot. Like, this looks really cool. If my game was like, you know, had a AAA budget, this would be in it. Not AAA budget. I'll make it move a little better. I keep using a lot of the free for the month assets. I'd be surprised how many. I might be even using Tomato Village now, which is... because it looks like crap. Ironically, it looks like cheap toys, and I was like, perfect. The fact it looks like garbage is everything I've ever wanted. Well... hello there. Oh, he was just screwing me. He's like, don't worry about it. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna random these. This whole waiting thing, I don't want them to wait. That just seems ridiculous. But I'm gonna be a terrible person. I'm gonna put the thingies like that, so you know. I massage today, but those massages, deep tissue massages, are still leave you sore for days after the fact. They're great when they actually after the soreness. Huh. Well, they're not supposed to be very aggressive. That's true. I kind of want them more aggressive than that. There, I'm not looking forward to doing cutscene for this. I was watching, was it Jitspo? I think that's his name. Using, making a cutscene, and it was like I think a 40-second cutscene. He spent like 5 hours. I checked back periodically and just to see what he was doing. I was like, man, before this. Oh, it's just set up for proximity. I consider doing line of sight, but yeah. At some point I realized it's not a stealth game. And most of the enemies are, I mean, it's a Metroidvania, so there's going to be like 50 plus enemies, maybe even 100 enemies, but probably 50 plus. And they're mostly just going to attack in proximity. It's kind of where it's at. It's like, well, they're not supposed to be that complicated. Only bosses are complicated, and the bosses know you're there, so line of sight almost doesn't even make sense because the boss knows you're there. Like, you know, story that they know you're there. And they're not going to give up. They're not going to go, oh, I can't find her. I guess I'm just going to do nothing. I also kind of lock them in areas there's nowhere to really hide anyway. I'm arguing with myself on just how aggressive. I guess moving at random is always going to be a problem. They can go temporarily faster. I don't know about this track. I muted some listen to the music anyway. They could just keep attacking. I don't even know why I have a jump back. Like, I don't know what they would want to jump back for, in all honesty, anyway. They're kind of they're just supposed to be stupid. Like, they're one of the earliest enemies. So, I mean, all they do is just run up there and basically try to stab you. And then they kind of just goof around. How'd you miss me? Well, also notice the invincibility isn't really triggering the way it changes her outfit. I wonder why that is. Oh yeah. A lot of this is just like simple patterns, and you know, most of the dolls aren't supposed to be smart. The only ones that are going to be smart are going to be largely the bosses and the mini bosses, and maybe there's slightly tougher enemies. But if you've played any Metroidvanias, you know that like most rooms are just full of enemies that are just completely stupid, and they're largely just there to make like slow you down from going to the next room. I mean, you can use like Symphony of the Night as an example. How many enemies are in Symphony of the Night, and you know, how many of them did more than just one type of attack at you as you went by? Oh yeah, I used to speedrun it. It was a great game. And yeah, it's just like, well, I was sitting there going, well, do I really need to make these that complicated? I mean, really? Do they need to be? I'm just going to make them attack if they're up close. They don't need to do anything else. They're stupid. They want to be close. They don't need to ever, you know, pull back, because pulling back is, I mean, they're at so close range with their tiny little weapons that it doesn't make any sense for them to pull back. It could also give them less of a wait time between their moves, too. True. Boing. Boing. Doing, pal. Oh yeah, it was almost none. And if you've played Bloodstained, it's basically the same thing, because I mean, it's an Metroidvania. And that's pretty much all I'm hoping for, you know? I liked Bloodstained, basically because it was the same type of game. It's just an Metroidvania. I love Metroidvanias. I'm not making an Metroidvania. Why are they sliding around? Can't say I played Time Spinner. These are about what I expect them to be. I don't know why they're sliding. That's so weird. He's supposedly dead. Huh. Well, they have a 2-second wait. Oh, yeah, that's why. Maybe I can knock it down like 1.5 and see if that plays a little better. Make him a little more aggressive. I should play through a lot of Metroidvanias. I played through like quite a few of them, but they release all the time. Part of the problem is though is most of them are 2D, And 3D Metroidvanias are a lot harder to come up with a good strategy for. See, I didn't actually like the original Castlevanias. I liked them better when they became like Igavanias. Like when they were just a platformer, that just... I like the aesthetic of Castlevania when it was a platformer. But I like the gameplay of, you know, Symphony of the Night. That's when I really got into it and played all the different various ones that came after. Well, okay, maybe not all of them. I played a lot of them. I'm sure there's ones I missed, but... Those were awkward. There was one, what was it called? It was a 3D one, but it had the fixed camera angles, which was... And the most, like, the main game was okay, whatever. The coolest things were, after you beat the game, you played as some weird floating pumpkin thing. For reasons, as a character. But then, those kind of sucked. However, if you got through all of that, you got to play the best version of the game. There was the vampire in that game with the swords that floated around him. And they made you play the entire game, except for one thing. The dude can't block and dies in like 2 or 3 hits. He's really fast. That was like the most fun I had in that game. It was just like, because, you know, at the time I didn't exactly have a lot of other options to play, because you know how it was back then. There was a lot less games. So, you know, when you rented a game, you played that game. Beat that game. Because you could take it back, but you already played every other game that was there. You've already beaten them. Probably multiple times. Oh, PS2 era. Yeah, you know. That's how it is. Yes, yes. Yeah, the 3D Castlevanias have been pretty bad. Most 3D Metroidvanias are pretty bad, too. I think it's Lament of Innocence was what it was called. I'm pretty certain that's what it was. And it was, I mean, it wasn't the worst game I've played. The fixed cameras sucked, but I mean, at the time, well, it was still PS2, so it wasn't even really excusable, right? Because there was plenty of games that had like non-fixed cameras. I guess they weren't that, they really weren't that active. Didn't even the Devil May Cry games back then have fixed cameras? Yeah, I mean, it's how Dracula came to be, right? So that was like the big bad thing about it. So yeah, it was, at the time, I didn't regret playing it. I wouldn't play it now. There's no nostalgia for it. I'm not going back to it. No thanks. Like, I'll play Symphony of the Night again periodically every once in a while just to speed run through it, because it's not like it takes very long. But yeah. The PS2 era does not have a lot of games that I have nostalgia for, even though I loved them at the time. Something about it, you know. Yeah, I'm trying to think of any PS2 games I'd replay. Man. I mean, there were some good RPGs, I guess. Well, that's fair. The problem is that with a lot of those games is they've just made like better versions of a lot of the games now. And those games back then just had a lot of their gameplay was so limited by the technical specs of the PS2 that a lot of the concepts were kind of nerfed by that. Like, they were really fun at the time. I enjoyed the PS2. It was probably my favorite of the PlayStation consoles. I mean, I played a lot of 1, but let's be real here. 1 didn't really have that many great RPGs. It was kind of like, man, I loved RPGs at the time, so mean, there's a reason I played the like Final Fantasy VII like 20 plus times. There wasn't that many good games. And a lot of times through Final Fantasy Tactics. And a few times through Xenogears for that matter, too. I even played through Vagrant Story a whole bunch of times. Yeah, you know it's weird when you play through Vagrant Story. That was such a weird game. Oh my god. Really fun, though. A strange game for them. Well, everyone loves Final Fantasy Tactics. It spawned a whole genre. Well, okay, it technically wasn't the first one in the genre. Okay, fine. But it popularized it. The Dark Alliance games were fun at the time. I mean, they were just a random beat 'em up thing. You know, wouldn't call them particularly. I would say I'm nostalgic for it. Like, it's fine. Not terrible. But I'm not chomping at the bit to go back to them. Yeah. A lot of games back then were easy to cheese, to be honest. I mean, to be fair, a lot of games now are easy to cheese if you want to get technical. If you want to get technical, a lot of things are easy to cheese. Oh, yes, this nightmare blueprint. I've gone through and fixed every regular enemy, I think. Huh. I don't know if I ever beat Bard's Tale. I played it. I know I played it. And I played a portion of it, and it had some good moments. But I, for the life of me, can't tell you what the ending was if I beat it. It'd just be me guessing. Poorly. Definitely poorly. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Like, the aesthetic of it was great. Like, the story was fun. There was great comedy, but the gameplay, I don't know. I guess it didn't. I don't remember it being that great, but I don't really remember it at all. That's the thing. I can't tell you anything about the gameplay of that game. I know I played it, and I remember thinking it was funny. Huh. Yeah, I can't think of anything about it at all. Wow. Okay, that's fair. A lot of games seem just very forgettable. Like, I mean, they were really fun at the time, but, you know, if I had to go back to them, I'd be like, they weren't that exciting to me. I've been through every enemy to make that character. I guess I could look over Patrick for a while. Oh yeah, Patrick needs a rework too. Oh god. Really? Oh no. I did not play the Lord of the Rings games on PS2. Every time a movie game came about, I was never excited to see it because at the same, usually it just came down to, um, just knowing they were probably going to suck. That's pretty much what it was. All too often, I just got, you know, shortchanged by way too many movie things, any kind of tie-in license, and I would never play them. I still remember all the LJN games. I mean, it's hard to name many good like movie IP games. I'm sure they exist, sure, whatever, but I can't really name any of them. I mean, well, those are comic books because some of the later Batman games were fun, but not until you got into like the Arkham games. I can't think of a Batman game before that that was fun. That's fair. You know, yes, one game, movie games. Some people just really like the aesthetic of it. The art just gets them. I've been told that for a lot of women, it's about the vibe. Oh, it's about the feeling it evokes, not necessarily the content. At least that's what they've told me. I mean, take it to mean what you will. I'm sure they're not all like that, but more than a few of them have told me it's more important how they feel when they do it versus the actual game attached. So a lot of those probably just remind them of the show, and they're like, "This is amazing." Meanwhile, you're just like, this is the thing you're doing with your time." Yes. Oh man, this is boring. That's not what I want. I was like, this is totally the wrong one. I'm gonna copy pasta things. Easy. Copyist of pastas. That one. Yeah. Those were the days. I don't know if they were the good days, but way back then, at least the games were more memorable the farther you go back. That's really what it is, I've found. Because there were so few games to pick from, it's easy to remember. Now you look at Steam and more games come out in like a week than probably were good on the Super Nintendo. Like, heck, they're probably were the ones that were good on the PlayStation. Oh, the PS1, I should say. I suppose I had to qualify. I will say this, thankfully, you know, like, people like the Angry Video Game Nerd showed up to remind me of all the games I never played when I was younger. I know one of you has Jump Direction. I copied both. I need both. Who am I kidding? I got tired of having specifics built into here, so I just started building them up there and then just having them down here. It just seems a lot easier to me than the other. Oh. Jump direction. Move direction. I'm just using 600, 300 all the jumps. Gotta remember that. Jump direction. Yeah, like there's just so many of them. It's just like, oh yeah, that was a thing. Oh yeah, cool. Thanks for reminding me of that, buddy. Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm just not. I don't want to know about that. It's terrible. So you know. I think the thing I miss most about that era is I had a lot more time to play games. There you go. Now I don't have that much time at all. Just testing things most of the time. It ain't this crap. Patrick needs some work. Poor guy's stupid. That's pretty much it. Whenever I'm about to buy something like that, I just look at the insanely large library of like free games Epic has given me and ask myself, okay, why am I not just playing one of those? And there's a whole bunch of them there I want to play. I ain't got them. Well, you know, they're available. So it's like, should I really go buy one of these things when I could just do this? Oh, that's right. He taunts the player. I forgot about that. Be cleaning. Oh yeah, I turned the character into a projectile. Did I play the Callisto Protocol? I don't even know if I have. I swear I've forgotten more games than I've played in the last year. I've just over the years forgotten more of the games. Some I forgot because I wanted to. But other ones, it's like, Oh, I have to remember this number here. Oh, okay. I mean, I didn't play Dead Space, but I know what it is, so there's that. This character's gonna take forever to fix his thing up. That's okay, he needs work anyway. Oh wait, that's not even a complete thing. Or maybe it is. This character is so broken. I'm not broken, I just haven't done other phases, so there's that. Patrick. I should grab more alcohol. I don't even know what I'm doing, just doing coding without alcohol. Yeah, I kind of get the feeling I'm not. Like, Dead Space looked like something that I'd rather watch somebody play than play. A lot of games have become that, where I would rather watch somebody play it than play it myself. The more like I am, the more it's like a movie, the more I don't want to play it myself. Yeah, that's really what it is. In fact, most of the time, if it looks like a movie, I'll watch the cutscene version of it. You know, Final Fantasy 16 was basically like a 3-season Netflix show. It was great. It didn't look fun at all to play, but it was a lot of fun to watch. Yeah. I did the same thing with 15 as well. I was like, this does not look like something I want to play. I'm not interested in being a boy band in the desert or whatever this is. This is a great thing to watch here. I watched both Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth that way too, because while they weren't available on PC, and I don't own a PlayStation anymore. If you can't put it on PC, I ain't playing it. Yeah, 16 looked really interesting, Swash. I think that I would have tried it if it were available on the PC at the time, probably. But you know, listen. By the time it comes out, it's like a year plus later. There's a night where I'm bored and probably drinking, where there's a cutscene movie that I could be watching. Actually, a few nights. That was a long cutscene movie. Square Enix boldly showing us that you don't need a game attached to your movie. Pretty much. You know, I enjoyed the movie. Same thing with I watched the God of War games that way too, the new ones. They looked fun, but again, by the time they show up on PlayStation, I'm like, oh, Kingdom Hearts. The series where you can't possibly name all the games in any particular order because nobody knows what the order is. The last one I played was the one with Aqua. Except for I just played as Aqua because the rest of the game was basically just playing, you know, there was no reason to play it again. It's like, oh, I'm just going to play as Aqua. Pretty much, Swash, yeah. It's literally just like, they started naming them some bizarre, like, you know, they were like math equations in the names, and I'm just like, I'm not even saying that, okay? There's 4 Wild Arms? I knew about the first 2. I don't think I ever saw 2, 3, and 4. I definitely didn't see 4. I have learned something new this day. Wait, move to target, but the acceptable radius is what? What in the world? The acceptable radius for move to target will be the next thing here of like 200. Almost certainly. Five. And an anime? I mean, I guess I'm not surprised there's an anime. I'm not surprised at all about that. I mean, I didn't know about it, but a lot of games back then weirdly had animes, so yeah, you can see it. It's not like the end of the world, just saying. Oh, pretty much watched. I can see that. The cutscenes are definitely the anime. The anime we were looking for all along. Quite right. Quite right indeed. I just have jump forwards on here. Perfect. I just remember in the last phase he does a big jump. And just little crap jumps the rest of the time. Still didn't move to target, right? I assume he's going to move to 550 at this point. I enjoyed both Xenosaga and Xenogears. Xenosaga because it was a story of a sex bot, and Xenogears because it was actually good. Pretty much what it was. And like the third game was literally like, you know, this sex bot is better than that sex bot. They threw that sex bot into the dumpster, and you had to go find her out of the dumpster. So it's like used sex bot. And you're just like, we can clean her off. It'll be fine. You drag her out there. He's like, I'm pretty certain that was the story. They probably tried to have some deep philosophical meaning in there, but that's what I took away from it. It was a lesbian who made a sex bot for herself. It's pretty much it. Like, and then there was like swimsuits, which I made a point of getting all of, and pretty much got all. We got 100% in all three games. Cosmos never left the party, neither did Shion. It was always just whichever the hot chicks were, and then, you know, someone else who was actually good to make up for those two losers. Yeah. It's exactly what I expected when I picked it up. I wasn't, unhappy with what was provided. I was a little unhappy with how long the cutscenes were. It's like, But beyond that, and each game got progressively dumber. So it was just like, okay, what's the story anymore? I have no idea anymore. I think it involved someone being Jesus at the end. And like dying for your sins. I think it actually legitimately was that. I was like, is this what we've arrived at? Like I think it might have been like Cosmos was like, you know, the savior or something. They name drop stuff out of the Bible the whole time. Like it was just constant. I'm just like, this is so heavy-handed, and we just get back to the sex bot. Seriously, this is not what I signed up for. I signed up for the sex bot. Not this weird sermon. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, there you go. Mary Rebirth. Perfect. Yeah, I was just like, okay. This is cool, guys. Let me go back to playing a card game over here, you know, with my chicks that are in swimsuits. And you can do whatever it is you're talking about here. Pretty much it. I'm a simple man. I know what I like. I'm the kind of guy who saw the Stellar Blade update where they made it where she could press her, breasts together when she did this with her arms. And these people know how to sell a game. Yeah, it was probably better. I'm just making fun of it at this point because it's been like a million years and I don't remember much about the game anymore. I played through all three of them 100% of them. I clearly liked them. But like 23, like 20 years later or whatever it is, I mostly remember it was a lesbian who made a sex bot. Pretty much it. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Swash, and the raid and all that, and you know. Yeah, sleep well. I should probably be sleeping myself, but listen. Eh. 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 I don't have to work tomorrow, so I don't care. Stay up as long as I want. This one has to be a super jump, so what was the super jump number? I kept him somewhere. $2,000 and $1,000. I played, there was a second group of them with Haseo, and, like, they were like, there was like the first series of games, and then like an anime, and then the next series of games, and I played those ones, and they were okay. They were, at the time, they were something somewhat unique. Now the story is pretty commonplace, where it was, Seo goes after Kite because he thinks he's just some sort of Uber player, and he is like some sort of PvP god, like Seo is, and he thinks he can defeat Kite, and then Kite hacks his character and makes him level 1. And then, because of that, he gains some sort of special power to hack the system too. And you have to basically rebuild from being level 1 all the way up to being some sort of, badass legend. So at the time, there weren't many games like that, and I was like, well, listen, it's okay. But it played like a generic MMO. I wouldn't call it a game I'd have any kind of nostalgia for. I literally just would... I'd rather just not. They actually released a 4th game in the series, too, to finish the story very recently, like 20 years later. I'm like, why? Your entire gameplay loop is horrible. It was only good 20 years ago because we didn't have better. Actually, we did have better, but I ran out of good games, so I was playing that. I'm going to speed him up on this one. If he's going to move to target, he's going to move fast on the final phase. He's going to book it. Like double move speed. Yeah. Why does he want to get to 200? I guess 200 is where he wants to be, sure. Acceptable radius 200. I mean, that's fair. I haven't heard those written games there. That was the only ones that I could even remember that from that series, and they were, like I say, there's a lot of games that at the time I played them because that's what we had, and they weren't bad for what was available. But if you put them in front of me right now, there is zero nostalgia. They're way better games now. I'm not a big nostalgia guy anyway, but I even have, like, I played a lot of the old PC games too. I remember Betrayal at Krondor. There's an old one for you. Betrayal at Krondor. Yeah. I ended up reading all of that guy's books because I ended up liking the story of that game so much. Turns out the guy was a professional author and wrote books for like 30 years. I mean, it's hard to go wrong with free. After all, just almost every game I play now, I just look over at my Epic library, where every week they give me 1 to 2 more games, and at Christmas they give me something like, I think they give like 15 games out during Christmas. It's crazy. Yeah. Every time I get a free month of Game Pass, I play through Alice Madness Returns. I don't own the game, but I use it as it's an inspiration. This one. I just like the aesthetic. Oh yeah. That's what I'm here for. What's really funny though is when I was looking at it, it really just has like one boss. Like at the very end of the game. And that's it. Like everything else is kind of just like puzzles and like regular enemies that are slightly tougher. Like, I was like, you know, and the boss fights really weren't like, you know, what they passed for boss fights really weren't that really boss fighty. Yeah. I kind of think that they ran out of money. Like, I really enjoyed the game and I really wanted more out of it, and oh my gosh, I really wanted the third one, Alice Asylum. Have you actually looked up the game dev doc for Alice Asylum yet? They have it on their the Patreon. It's free for anyone who wants to look at it. Yeah, that's Alice Asylum. And that game dev doc is like, what, like 200 pages or something? It's insane. I was like, wow. Where is this game? Oh, that's right. It's owned by EA and they're never going to make it. Got it. They're just going to sit on the property for the rest of our lives. Sweet. Thanks. I was very sad. He finally gave up on it after like a billion years. I haven't heard anything since, so I'm assuming he's still giving up on it. Why am I doing that? This is the one I want. Oh, this one. Which one did I do? Oh, that's super jump. That's fine. And then you can jump left and right. Oh. Definitely can't wait until they until EA goes out of business and is forced to sell it to a company that'll make it. That's my hope. I mean, yeah. I would shed no tears if EA went out of business. Or just got bought by someone else. I don't care who. Because there's that brief chance that maybe, just maybe, it'll get made if that happens. Though I guess without the main guy on it. American McGee not actually working on it. Having interest anymore. Well, I don't know. If like, you know, it got bought by someone else, he might come back. I could see it. This should actually be part of phase 3. Jesus. I can't say that surprises me. It's EA, they suck, but Jesus. Oh yay. I'm gonna go grab another thing of alcohol. I'll be right back. Sure, and for making certain this even works. Yes. As always the case, when you change infinite code, one does not expect it to actually work after all that. But still, might work. Am I missing anything? I don't need any of those. Does he have an AoE projectile? I think I gotta make him one. Maybe rapid fire or something. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by and chatting with me. I mean, I understand the vampire life. It is 5:29 a.m. here. Clearly. You're talking to one of the brethren here. I'm even dressed in black. I'm like an alcohol vampire, apparently. Am I? Are you a Californian too? Is it really a small world? Forks? Where's Forks? Oh, I've never watched Twilight. I even had a girlfriend at the time. I told her I'd break up with her if we had to watch Twilight together. She said nope. That's right. I ain't watching no gay vampire thingy. I'm not into that. Vampires would be cool if I'm gonna watch it. Really? I assume that's why she's your ex, right? Why she'd be my ex? That's right, I ain't reading no Twilight book. I remember my girlfriend's actual state of it was honestly that, you know, she knew I'd sit there and make fun of it the whole time. If I watched it with her, she did not want this. How did you make it halfway through that book? I would only have made it, you know, like, I would have picked up the book and made it, like, the full way to the trash can. Does that count? Listen, Testy, if the love of your life or any love in your life makes you read the Twilight book, you're better off without love in your life, okay? Let's be real here. There's some bridges you should not cross. You got the better end of that deal. I mean, I've only read like maybe I think 2 of the Harry Potter books, but I'll read all of them 10 times over before I read one Twilight book. Why would you ever make it's like a devil's deal there? No thanks. Like, really? Like, why? Terrible plan. I get to read some of the best, not best, but some of the most popular fantasy ever. Trade offer. You have to read about some gay vampire werewolf thing going on. Deal? It's like the meme. The worst thing ever. He was like, really? That's what I have to look? Oh, God. I would never. Just no. Just no. Wow, 11-year mark. Damn, that's impressive. Congratulations on that one. That's, even if she's lazy sometimes, 11 years, like, longest I had was 7. And, that was only the one relationship. Every other one's never been close. So. She was smart enough not to make me, watch Twilight or try. That's how we made it so long. At this point, I'm too old to give a shit. I don't know about that, but I'm definitely, I don't know, a lot of times I just don't give a shit. They're just like, well, my feelings, I'm like, but what? I don't know, that latest Star Wars thing with them, like, saying the power of one, the power of, like, fake vampires or whatever they were chanting, like, I don't know, Star Wars kind of getting close. I didn't watch it. I just saw like the memes all over like Twitter about it, and I was like, okay. I did watch the Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy, the Lego one, because it had Darth Jar Jar in it. Just saying, it's canon now. Yeah, Darth Jar Jar. Canon. Testy doing God's work there. Right, titty bones, apparently. I think the prequels would have been awesome if Jar Jar really was the bad guy, because everyone hated him. But if he had been like if he had played people that whole time, I know George Lucas does not have the writing chops to figure that one out. It was the internet that figured it out. But if he had done that, that would have been fantastic. That would have easily been my favorite of the series if that had been the case. But they didn't. That's okay. That whole Rebuild the Galaxy was it was fun. It was dumb fun. It's very much worth a watch if you like Lego thingies, but also worth a watch if you just like dumb fun. And I mean, just for canonizing Darth Jar Jar, they automatically, like, I was just like, all right, you guys have earned my watch on this one. It was meant to be. Yes. Yes, it was. They canonized a lot of things. Darth Ray was in there too. They had a whole bunch of Sith in there. We're just like surprise Sith. There's a lot of surprises because they did the whole multiverse thing. They rewrote the universe. Part of that's like in the preview, so I'm not really spoiling anything. Watch the trailer, you'll see that that's what it's about. So it gives them the excuse to just put every meme under the sun. And I mean, there was a lot of jokes that that even I caught, a lot of like meme references, and I'm not even that big of a Star Wars nerd. So anyone who is a Star Wars nerd is gonna have a field day because they couldn't help themselves. There's so many just little, like, you know, memes and just internet culture, just all kinds of things just crammed in there about Star Wars. I'm just like, man, this is awesome. It's like it's a little like 4-episode show, so it's not even just a movie. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I really did. Would highly recommend, especially in the drought of Star Wars that's been out there. Like, there hasn't been much that's any good, so, you know. Nice. Don't think I know much about the Horizon games, but I always approve of, like, any kind of comedy tossed into games. The more memes, the better. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's huh. I mean, fun for 12 hours isn't the worst thing I've ever heard. The problem right now is I have so many games I want to play that are, like, really up my alley. So unless something is, like, you know, just amazing sounding, I don't even usually look at a lot of the new games. There's so many of them. Which is awkward because here I am making a game in the hopes of maybe one day making money off it. Oh, completely realizing that the market is so flooded that, that even I'm just like, I don't even buy games anymore. I just, whatever Epic hands me for free, I have so many, I don't even play them as fast as they handed them me. But of course, having all the game dev thing is probably why. Huh. Yeah, I don't like services like that. I guess it's okay if it's if the service is really cheap. I remember, like, the Xbox Game Pass was cool for like a month. But you pay, like, I think at the time I paid them like $5 and I played a whole bunch of games. I was like, this is cool. This was worth $5. I'm never coming back to any of these games, so. Otherwise, like, need a nav mesh. Yeah. I think I still have a free month or something from like a couple years ago. I wonder if it's still good. I can always play through Alice Madness Returns again. I'll probably do that on stream at some point. Gotta play through the inspirations, right? 1 megabyte left. I mean, you're rigging bones for some titties. I don't know what you're telling them. Right? How big are those things? Damn. You're saying. For what it's worth, Poppet also has those bones because she's from Daz, and I mean, I made her in Daz, and in Daz, they understand what things are about. I mean, listen, who needs to save? You just leave that that computer is now owned by the, you know, the titties. So it's what's it like, you know, like, you're gonna have to rig, like character's taking so much rigging that, you know, like, he's just gonna sit there. She now controls that computer. You're just good. The laptop, that's hers. Use your desktop now, and you just look over and talk to her periodically. She is now your waifu. Congratulations. Yeah. I mean, it automatically sounds better because of with tits. Right? Doesn't sound worse. Oh, I'm running over there. I need to go trigger the fight. He doesn't jump in close enough. I need to fix that. Okay, we'll jump closer. Um... Can you finish the game with tits being the last time of my swords? Okay, I'm not sure what this even means. I mean... Oh, I appreciate it. And, you know, sleep well. I'm, gonna sit here probably in a couple hours, honestly. I got that second wind, or maybe it's the third wind, I don't know. I'm just like, alright, I gotta work on these things here. I don't think I'll make it 5 hours, but I'll probably make it, you know. Oh, maybe. Probably not. I don't have to be up, though, so I get to really just be lazy this weekend. Active Core AccuRig. What is this strange thing you speak of? Do not know things. I need to learn how to rig skeletons more. I made like all my characters in DAZ, and which is like the easiest way to use things or to do characters, especially if you want to make them hot. Oh my god, you lost the hentai. Damn, man. Sorry for your loss. Raise a cold one to the loss of the hentai. Is greater than 1,000. You move in. That's cool. Why is he attacking from there? Oh, wait. No, I don't like this plan at all. We need an additional one here. I don't know why he's attacking at that. He should be... If true... think in less than 200 he's going to do this. An auto rigger, huh? I kind of need one of those. Maybe all those things on Sketchfab would actually be good. Of course, the problem with those is most of the things on Sketchfab that I want aren't actually, set up for like the UE skeletons. They need their own special animations, which would be like I saw some weird monstrosity type of doll thing with all kinds of weird needle arms and everything like that. And it had like I think 6 or 7 needle arms. Clearly, that's not going to work with the Unreal Mannequin. Like I got to make all animations for this. Don't wanna. Don't wanna indeed. He's moving 200 here. Why is he stopping early? Try that instead. I don't even know why I turned the music back on. So I'm just gonna test this. Ah. I need to give Patrick some sort of behavior he does when he's hit. So that you can't just keep wailing on him. I haven't tried invulnerability, but I think I want a behavior that causes him to get away from you. He does run in. How about the other phases? Oh, I wasn't even watching to check my health. I was just watching what he was doing. Nice. You know, I think his weapon counts as actual time. I wonder if I just had him rotate, if that would be its own attack. Hmm. I have an idea. I do this, and then I'm going to have a Actually, it's just the AoE projectile? Like, I just call it AoE projectile? That's a weird name. Oh, like the spinning vomit. There we go. But he does. Start upgrading a little bit here. And then on the final phase, it'll just become a regular attack. Gotta do it for the titties, I'm just saying. It's about knowing what's important in life and doing it for those. Projectile. I don't know why I call it a projectile. It's still weird. Oh, if he's in the air, he can do a spinning vomit. Heck yes. Oh, it's heck yes. Hell yes. The alcohol is making me less vulgar. Why? That's not right. There's soy in my alcohol? I'm gonna try that. I'm sure if I can do the others. Might not be that good of an attack. Still the best pumpkin. He's more aggressive now, that's good. The music is fine. I gotta fix the bug with that where it'll try to use the ability and then not you just click the button too fast and it doesn't actually trigger until you do it twice. The timing on it's terrible. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What even happened there? Look at the super. He's kind of confused though. Where you going, buddy? Pal? Friend? He hates that lamp. They bounce. He's not actually turning. Get to the final phase. I just want to see what happens. I could fight. Suck. We're in the final phase. Good, good. And he runs out there. Um, not really turning. I guess he can't really turn in the air anyway. Huh. Oh, it's under that, of course. It's all right. If you're giving up on the anime, oh, yeah, on the titties, what's the plan for the rest of the day? That's the important question you gotta ask yourself, Tessie. What's the plan? What are you gonna do? Ugh. You can turn off the little weapon thingy. Wait, what happened? Oh god, this is terrifying! I don't hate it. Hmm. Hmm. Definitely gonna lean on this battle being where he summons like legions of them now, because it's way more exciting. Hmm. 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 Oh. I'm gonna have to summon into the crappy one here. Let's have him take it up to, you know, take it to 9, you know, or maybe into 10. He's just gonna go crazy here and lobbing things everywhere. We could summon way stronger. Take another fight with Patrick here. See how the Annie army does. It'd be terrifying. Oh, I forgot to turn that off again. Oh, the ray trace thingy. Oh well. I'm gonna help her? Yep, okay. I changed it to the Annies. Wait a minute. Really get stuck in this corner a lot. I changed it to the Annie army here. Let's change this part here. I need that. Hmm. Boing, boing. That's just no damage. And triple the damage on that one. Maybe that lamp somewhere because he keeps getting caught in there. Oh, terrifying. Actually, messing around now. God, he's horrifying. Oh. You need curse in order to deal with them, or they'll just rough you up. Ow. Hmm. Got him. Ow. That's way more terrifying. I might want to limit how many you can even summon, but I don't even know. They're moving around when they're already dead. Weird. My earbuds is losing power. Actually, I've been streaming for like 8 hours or something. 7 hours and 41 minutes, you know. Didn't really turn. One way so the player can't just wail on him forever. But I guess to be fair, during that whole fight, I kind of didn't actually get to just stand there and wail on him. Like, I got some points where there were lots of hits in, but because of the fact that he was constantly attacking, it was pretty difficult to just keep wailing on him the whole time. There's any other animations. He doesn't use the UE skeleton, so he's kind of limited on what he can and can't do. Oh yeah, maybe one where it's just making him laugh. I might trade out his final form to have it do like the swing back and forth on that. Actually, I should just use what I was doing. I should probably standardize the attacks too, for that matter. Hmm. That's a problem. I knew you could jump behind that. Move attack is definitely better. Ugh, let's see here. So this is a problem. Let's look back there. Find it. Kind of hard, but make it really hard. Just straight up inside of the thing. I don't like where this lamp is. So over. Be over here. Harder for him to get caught. No. Well, I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna turn off that ray trace that I've been thinking about for like an hour, where I just never remember to turn it off. Oh yeah, that thing. Completely forget about it as soon as I, back into this. And then test again and see it and go, oh look, that thing. I see what it's doing. I see where this is going indeed. I need to fix the problem with the abilities so that they can't trigger before the thing has appeared. Disabled that. Hmm. Like a boolean on this one. Weapon active. Keyboard's running out of power. You can tell because it literally did 9 million Vs. Fair enough. That reminds me to plug this into a different thing here. Anyway, using my phone as a camera, it's great and all, but it's powered by the PC itself. It runs out after about, I think, 9 hours or something. On the plus side, when it's, using a fast charger, I think it just goes. I don't know. I don't think I've streamed longer than 10 hours. Up to 8, actually. Like I said, I don't really have to do anything tomorrow, so stick around until I get bored. Oh, out of here. This is a previous active ability. I'll put this variable in here. Weapon active. And up here. That's right. Branch. Gotta swap my earbuds. The backup pair. Running out of power. Round 2 fight. Alright, so hmm. Gotta get to 14 more followers. Get to that 50. Looking at it going, yeah. Followers one day. Actually, it hasn't been that long. Started streaming on Twitch, so. Can't fix the problem. Yep. All it took. It's so funny because that's been plaguing me for God knows how long in all the testing, and I just haven't bothered to ever fix it. Huh. All it took. One little thing added in. Okay, so long ago I was gonna make an actual enemy that was just a spawner that happened to take damage. We'll do that now. Don't I? Yep. I just think to myself going, what color haven't I used in a while? And I just used that color too. Can you tell I'm an art guy? Like, I don't know if that's apparent enough yet, but can you tell that I might be an art guy? That's fair. Probably a better plan than what I got going on. I'm just like, ooh, colorful. Is it a color I've used in a while? No? Perfect. Let's use that one. That's how we do things. Hmm. What's going to represent my spawner here? Guess I don't have that many scalable meshes floating about, do I? Nope. Echo found her way in, stupid Echo. I'm gonna delete her, she's back. I have nothing that's a good choice for this. This said is a static mesh, I guess, but we'll use red queens, I guess, for now. Let's pick a really high number. Let's do battle in one of these rooms. Just for something different. Actually, let's do battle in Tomato City. Plus, there's a nav mesh down already. Nice. Your little system, huh? The system before you got an AI, or was it just a system you made of AI? Can I hit it? Sad. I'd say is you know, every time I've used the behavior trees, it's always been a shit show. Oh, okay. So like some sort of system where you have an input buffer already set there, you check and see if the input buffer is full or not. If it's not full, then you record that input buffer as a variable, and then once the other one is not full, you swap it? Maybe like a custom event that loops and just keeps checking over and over to see if the thing is empty or not, and if it is, then puts the other one in, and then it exits and it ends itself. Do that a lot. Custom events that have a like slight delay in them, and then just keep on looping over and over and over, and as soon as they've accomplished their task, they end themselves, and someone next time they're just called upon to do it again whenever that situation comes up. Why is this character unhittable? That's fair. I've definitely kept my combat pretty simple. When I was looking at the I think it was Hollow Knight, where I was like, okay, well, people love this game, and the combat is actually surprisingly simple. It's that the enemies are complicated, not that your attacks are complicated. I actually tried to have launchers and air combos and things like that, and I tested it for a while, and what I found was it was weird. Because, not because it was necessarily awful, but I was hard time justifying a character who was like, you know, basically just an ordinary woman who was like, you know, killed off, somehow having the ability to do air combos. I was like, what are we, Dante now? Like, why can't she do these things? Yeah. I think it's easier to do the, where the player has less attacks. You make the enemies more complicated. But you make the player attack effective. It's just that the player has to try to get into the, in between the various, you know, holes in the enemy's, you know, attacks. Basically the Mega Man theory, where Mega Man has, you know, essentially one main attack that he uses almost the whole time, and you have to try to get between their pattern. Whereas if you give the player a whole bunch of abilities, then you got to go, okay, well, how am I going to work around all these abilities? Like, what if the player can fly around through the air? Well, how are my enemies going to target that? Okay, well, now my AI needs to be complicated for that. And it's like, same reason why I locked the player in like flat areas for boss fights. Yeah. Well, they have a lot of abilities too, but not all of them are combat related. It's just that because the abilities drastically change the game, it's whenever I need to plan for actually the player having those abilities for that fight when I'm making that fight. But all the weapons still have very limited amount of attacks. It's just the other abilities to other things that are a problem. Yeah. I actually had someone ask me, it's like, so what happens when you get later stuff and it trivializes the old stuff? It's like, well, they already beat the old stuff, so who cares? Like, oh no, they've trivialized a room they went through 3 hours ago. Man, whatever will I do? It's like, that's called game progression. Of course you trivialize old rooms. Pretty funny. Like, such a weird question to ask. That tag. Yeah, it's just such a weird question. That person was really interested in my entire game methodology because they were trying to make a 3D Metroidvania too, and they ran into a lot of the problem that I spent a huge amount of time going over, and that was dealing with verticality. It's just in a 2D game, verticality is so much easier to deal with than in a 3D where it makes they're like, well, what do you do with all your platforming? How do you stop them from trivializing it? I'm sitting there going over each thing where, you know, it's like, okay, well, this is how I sneak in platforming, and this is how I prevent you out of areas, and, you know. And it came up that he's just like, you know, well, what if, you know, like he talked about flying, and I was like going, like, by the time I give you flying, I'm going to like make the next portion of the game where flying is figured in. But if you go back to an early portion of the game, I don't care if you fly through it. Go ahead. You've already beaten it. It's fine. Oh no, don't trivialize the content that you've already trivialized. What will I do? It was so funny just to really just talk to him. I think that's a problem though. It's at least for this particular genre, a lot of people think in 2D terms and wonder why it doesn't translate to 3D, and I'm like, not the same. Yeah. Wish I got to hear more about that guy's story, but he didn't really tell me anything about his little thing that he made. Pretty much, yeah. A lot of what I've come up with has literally just been testing things. It's like, okay, well, that was fun. I'll do this. Or like Patrick getting a new attack because of a mess up in the coding. Like, okay, well, that's a surprisingly fun thing. I guess he has that now. A lot of things that I've added to the game as mechanics were mistakes. Or it's just like, wow, that was not what I intended. Oh, I see. Okay, well, that's awesome. It's staying. It's fully staying. Yeah, it's under actor. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm working on I mean, Patrick's the first of the mini boss, but I'm working on Voodoo. Her, you know, the first of the real bosses. It's gonna be interesting. It's got some interesting mechanics that should make it, well, if I can get it to work right. I mean, I got this stuff working, but if I can get it to play out in a way that's fun, I think that's the issue. Yeah, things come out pretty fast. I mean, the fact that I've been working on it streaming so often lately has definitely helped. Biggest problem I have for my the boss fight I'm working on is that she summons a voodoo doll of you, so the voodoo doll also has to have its own AI that interacts throughout the combat. It's not really a big problem. It's just going to take a long time to really get it to play out well, I think. Where it's well, there's just a lot of weird things. So like her size, like that's a problem I'm having a lot of right now, is size. Because the boss is so much bigger than Poppet, and then the voodoo doll is like a small version of Poppet. So it's even harder to hit that. I'm trying to find ways that she does hit it, but let's just say that, you know, he plays it like someone who's never picked, you know, like a Fortnite player who's never ever touched an FPS in their life, or actually a shooter in their life, I should say. She's just, maybe she just slammed like, you know, 4 or 5 shots and then started throwing projectiles at her. That's about her accuracy. It's like, not quite there yet. Oh. But see, that's what I'll do. I'll just drink enough alcohol so that I can understand her AI. Right? We'll both be on the same level. Why didn't it spawn a helper? Spawn a helper. You probably need something to spawn. Somewhere along the lines of, I think like 6 hours ago, I said at the thing where I was like, I'm gonna make a, you know, a spawner that you can kill. And then I forgot about it. All this time, I forgot about it. I guess I should make what they spawn, make it something that's instance editable. Yeah. Yeah, I have pretty high hopes that I can get this game done by next October. The biggest X factor is almost certainly going to be cutscenes. I have very little experience with cutscenes. So I'll have to... I don't know. My theory is that, well, my working theory is that I should make the game as fun as possible. And then, you know, do the cutscenes last, and as long as I make the cutscenes serviceable, the game will be great. Because, you know, as long as the game is fun, people will play it. But I have very little experience with it. let's just be real here. I'm probably going to sit there on more than a few tutorials on how to do a great cutscene, because I have no idea. I don't know what I'm doing. This could just, oh, I want to expose on spawn. That's right. I'll just give a basic one to start with. They can spawn biteys. I'm his helper? That's not a helper. Wait. Oh, it's because it's on NPC. No, you... I figure it'll be much more interesting if you get to the bosses and there's like, you know, sorted enemy spawners that are destroyable around there that are like feeding into the battle. So you can, in the middle of things there, just, you know, start wailing on those to try to make the battle a little more in your favor. They're pretty much cutscenes are future me problem. I mean, they just are. They just... I was explaining to someone why my game is not AAA. And I told him it's going to come down to cutscenes. Because, you know, in a AAA game, they basically make movies for you. There's no conceivable way I can make those in any realistic time frame. So, the biggest cheap out will be entirely on cutscenes. I don't think anyone expects an indie game to have amazing cutscenes. Maybe later on, if the game does amazing, I'll be able to add cutscenes, but otherwise, you know, I'll like not add cutscenes, but like add better cutscenes, but I don't know. So, we'll see on that one, but I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be very rich in the cutscene department. If anything, I might rewrite some of the stuff so that it uses less cutscenes. Maybe. Like when I watched Jitspo, like, you know, or I guess I had him on the background for like, you know, some number of hours, like 5, where he was just making some pictures for a cutscene. I'm just like, cool cutscene. It was like 45 seconds or something. By the end of the hours and hours and hours, I was like, huh. And I didn't watch him make the full cutscene, just some art for it. Get us something more, buddy? 10 seconds is too long. Why are you summoning just one? I love the game animation sample. Just literally does all the IK stuff for me. First one spawns just fine. So why? Doing this random Z thing. Maybe I'll just do that. It's on the ground. So the problem is she'll often spawn things in the ground itself. Could just add to the Z. Second. Something different, but what if I just add Z instead? Because it might be trying to spawn inside of things. They always spawn on. Nothing like using a mini version of a future boss as your spawner. I gotta fix her coloring though. It's supposed to have a nice mahogany look, and this doesn't have it because transfer from Daz sucks. Don't anymore? Spawn location is not correct. Yep, she's really a titan. Much scarier looking when you see her like this as opposed to just standing there. She is definitely not scary otherwise. These work about as I expected them to. That's good. Not surprised. All I really did was just take the NPC thingy and add in the ability to spawn stuff. So they need to spawn at the correct location. They're supposed to make an enemy appear spawn thingy, and then they would spawn the enemy at that same location, but they don't seem to do that. I just need to do this. Alright, this here. There's gonna be so much balancing necessary on this. It's gonna be, well, let's be real here. My Discord is gonna have to do some work. I'm gonna have them pull all my testers there and have them like post all the responses on there so I know what to do. Yes. Found something. Perfect. It's just because it was randoming the thing twice is all. Yeah, those are way more exciting, where you can actually just beat them up in order to prevent them from spawning more. I've grown to really like this map. Wow. Kind of boring looking before, but Something about it. It's a good map. Has a very Alice in Wonderland feel. More things need an Alice in Wonderland feel. Not the right place to put this. This is what I want. This is what I need. Stop putting things over here. It's not a navigable point. I know technically you could sit on top of it, but what if, and I'm just saying it's not a navigable point, please stop putting things there. We'll most certainly try to put something there. I didn't even put the rest of the rails up. Half tempted to start them in these maps because they're so nice looking. I mean, there's nothing really saying I need to start them in the Toymaker's Workshop. Originally, that was what I was going to do. Is you just wake up as a doll right in the Toymaker's Workshop and you have to escape. But I could play it differently where you work your way to the Toymaker's Workshop. The best reason for this is I haven't even made the Toymaker's Workshop yet because I need a bunch of assets that I don't have. I've also kind of completely abandoned the whole painting world thing because I don't have put a single painting in this area yet. Oh. Oh, hey, Vibu. Didn't even, I forgot that, to check the YouTube. I am, in fact, still streaming. I just got excited and working on things. One thing led to another, and yeah. I'll probably end up streaming until like 8 a.m. here, so probably another 41 minutes, and then after that I'm probably gonna fall over. Like 9.5 hours streaming, maybe longer, I don't know. Oh, I forgot to change something here. I've definitely, yeah, I'm at 8 hours and 43 minutes so far. I definitely don't have to work today, so that helps a lot. I feel like the spawner should have more health. We'll try making the spawner significantly stronger. It'll depend on the area too. but it fell off. And that's a problem. Yep, it's like a tiny Patrick. This is my placeholder graphic for a spawner. I didn't have a spawner made for him yet, so I was like, okay, I'll just use this thing. Problem is, they kind of fall down here, and I think they just stay down here, right? Yeah, I need to get them cleaned up because there's like one down here, right here. Yeah. I really like where this is going in general. And I added a thing so if you destroy them all, then it gets rid of the other ones too. Combat. I'm definitely a bit tired, I'm not gonna lie. But listen, there's like, you know, I have 11 people watching on Twitch, which means that, you know, pushes me up in the numbers, which means that more people will show up. I might potentially get the, you know, 14 followers I need to become an affiliate. And then I can get the most important thing of all, half price on my Amazon Prime. Big joke. Right, you can sub to yourself with your own Amazon Prime to get half price. Nice. Secret benefit. Dream big. But nah, around like another 37 minutes and I'll probably just, you know, head out at that point. Okay, yeah. Which, is... Yes. Ooh, and they will all watch on Twitch. Twitch is so much more talkative than YouTube is. It's just great. I mean, some people talk on YouTube, it's true, but... you know... It's usually just the Discord people who happen to come watch me on YouTube that talk to me anyway. Well, I guess all the people I have in my Discord did come from YouTube, since I only recently started streaming on Twitch. What's I doing? Oh yeah, on death I want to wipe out all the things like that. Custom event. Who spawns? Are you learning Python, huh? Nice, nice. Why did I just type? Remove spawns, that's what it was. Yeah, branch. Yeah, Python, people keep talking it up like it's quite great. Michael Reeves kept talking about it as he was making all his stuff too, all his robots and stuff. It's like, cool. People seem to basically treat it like the home-cooked meal of coding. Like, a lot of people say nice things about it. They seem to have a fondness for it. Did I write new code for this game? I mean, I do node-based coding. Does that count? I wrote all the node-based coding for this game. There's a lot of node-based coding for this game. Oh my god, there's so much node-based coding for this game. It just gets worse and worse and worse and just, yeah. Blueprints of the coding world? I can get behind that. Polar opposite C++. And no one says anything nice about C++. I've never heard a single nice thing said about it. People seem to hate it. Which makes me want to use it even less. Just saying. I know the kind of person I am. Yes. Yeah, I definitely did no written code for this game. There's no written code in this game. I'm not typing syntax out. You can't make me. I've evolved to a higher plane beyond syntax, where only the nodes exist. I'm sure it is. It's definitely getting more performant and better than blueprints and all that, but listen, I still don't know any C++, so this game's already going to take an infinite amount of time with blueprints. I'm not even going to worry about additional anything. Anything else that takes more time? Nah, man, nah. Is it supported by default? Or do I have to open Visual Studio and then type it out there and then do it? Like, to be fair, JavaScript's also supported with a plugin. Actually use it. Available. Really? That's weird. But why would I want to do that? That sounds like a lot of work. Alright, code? I have nodes, lines that connect them. This makes me happy. Yeah. Where's my, you know, built-in support for C++? And the whole game, the whole thing's made in C++. You'd think they'd have that. Instead, we have built-in like modeler tools that emulate Blender. I'd never be able to make this game in a reasonable time frame if I had to type out code. I'm just gonna say it, like, the time saved by doing blueprints is just nuts. No, I typed out a whole bunch of JavaScript in order to do things, and oh my gosh, just having to hunt for bugs of syntax is just stupid. You know it's coming every time. I kind of want one of these guys to fall off a ledge just so I can test to see if it works right. Fall off a ledge. I almost fell off a ledge. I'm dumb. Fall off a ledge. Really? Ah, blueprints are so easy. Good, one of them fell off. Everything I wanted to have happen in this moment just happened. Why can't I hit her now? Don't be like that. I need to test this. The jump attack is the best attack. I love the jump attack. Inappropriately. You spawned in after, didn't you? Aww. The one that fell in is not here, so that means it went away. As long as they don't spawn after, it's fine. I don't know, with blueprints I just simply copy paste things a lot. I don't know if you've seen how much, you know, reusability I've got going on here. And the inheritance. I do a lot of inheritance. Yeah. I find the thing that Blueprints is so good at is if you want to move your code around and adjust which order things happen in, it's so much faster than if you're doing, like, you know, typing out code. Because then you got to, like, you know, grab chunks of the code, copy and paste it, move it all over the place. Whereas, you know, these, you just grab the blueprint and move it to a different location and reconnect the chords. I find it, like, really fast to do that. It's also just visually easier to keep track of what's going on than syntaxes, at least for me. Spending all that time with JavaScript, it definitely was just like, oh, okay, well, I'm commenting the crap out of things, but here I don't even need to comment all that often. It just kind of keeps track of where everything's going. It's just very fast to do things and just to iterate things so quick. And after I figured out that I should add stuff to the H-load system, which I wasn't really even doing before, I was at like something like 36 to 44 FPS for the game when not streaming. So the goal is just to have 30 FPS consistent. That's all that matters. I mean, if that's good enough for every other major game company, fine with me. I'm not looking for, like, if they can't get 60 FPS with Unreal, I ain't getting 60 FPS with Unreal. It's very simple. Oh yeah, if you could, you know, hand stuff to people who already knew how to do things. But in the world of the solo dev, that is not a faster thing to do. That means instead of making your stuff, you have to make a whole other system. There's actually plenty of points where even in Blueprints, I'm like, okay, well, I could try to make the most efficient code to do this. Or I could just, like, copy and paste the thing a few times and just move on. It happens. Quite a bit, actually. What I've learned in coding over time, sometimes trying to make the perfect code is not the best choice, because it takes way longer. Well, the thing is, and the reason why the C++ usually gets defeated in general as the better choice, is that if you don't know C++ already, you have to spend a lot of time learning it, the syntax, and doing all that. Which now adds this huge extra amount of time before you can even start your game. And then you have to get good with it too. And then it takes considerably longer than using blueprints. So you've now added that much time, like in just typing everything out. So you're basically just adding this huge amount of time to your game in the hopes of a performance gain, which I'm sure you'll get some. I don't know how much. I don't have any real way to measure. But when you're a solo dev, you don't have the resources to do that. You have you. So if you want to add like X months onto your dev time, great, but I just don't want to. This game's already going to take forever, like almost 2 years by itself before we even add bonus dev time. So it's like, I'll take every shortcut I can at this point. I mean, with some shortcuts, I want the game to be great, so I'm not going to take every shortcut. But there's definitely just a... I'm sure it is. It's just that, you know, you're just adding a lot of time, and, you know, game dev is like, I'm on a clock to do this. The goal is to do it as fast as possible, and I could sit there and mess with that, or I could sit there messing with every other system in the game. Graphics, I gotta do all the level design, I gotta set everything up. I think for a solo dev, it's incorrect to use C++. Just gonna say it, I just think that the time issue is not worth the performance gain. But if you're a team, or someone already knows it, it's obviously better if you already know. Like if you don't have to add that time, but just adding that many months to any project, it's just, I would not use it. And that pretty much, if you already are a coder, it's one thing. I already know how to do coding and coding logic, especially if you have never done game dev. Adding that to like additional step for some new person is even worse. Like they should not do that. That is a bad decision. They should do what they can to get into it and get it like something produced. And later on, if they want to learn it, cool, whatever. But if you put that before them doing that, they're never going to finish their game. It's never even going to happen. I mean, your game runs at like 30 FPS and you kick it out the door in, you know, 5 months faster than learning C++, that's good enough. Because, I mean, like I said, that's Activision, that's, you know, friggin', I can't even name all the big companies now. That's all the AAA companies. They're releasing their games that are running at 30 FPS locked. So, if you really produce your game and it does that 5 months faster, like I say, if you have a team, it makes a lot of sense, but I just think it's just a bad decision unless you already know it. Like, if you already know it, cool. But, I mean, I did enough programming in JavaScript to see how long it takes to do things and how much less efficient it is to do. You gain performance, sure. I just don't think you gain enough to make up for the disgusting amount of time wasted. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. It's just, that's why I saw. It's just like, I could learn this, but... And I think that as the AI things get better, eventually it'll be pointless to even code at all. So like, you'll not even want to type out syntax. Yeah, well, I mean, like, if you're a dev studio, you can go long-term, sure, but... Like I say, when you're a solo dev, you have very little time. And in this, you already have to do so many things. You've been in it for a while and you want to keep slowly adding to what you're doing, yeah, but anyone new to this, or even if you haven't already released the game, I just tell them don't bother. Not the least of which because it's a guaranteed failure. If you tell them to learn C++, nobody's going to do that and then get into game dev. Yeah, by the time you achieve that level, but again, it's just time. The most precious of commodities. Yeah. I mean, you can copy and paste your blueprints too into other games. That's what I'm doing with this. Is you know, the next game is going to basically be a lot of the back end of this, and I'm just going to change up some abilities and things like that. Like, there's no reason to remake damage systems or anything like that. I can just do that. So I'll just be like, okay, slap in some things like that. I did that with I did the RPG Maker thing, and I made like a whole animation system, an LOD system, a whole bunch of stuff. And I just started recycling it from game to game to game. I was like, I don't care. Yeah, I get what you're talking about, the whole recycling, you know, code like that, but you can do it with this too. You can do it with just about anything you want. I recycle code like crazy. Every project I make going forward will be based on this project. I'll just change up levels and add some new abilities. But telling enemies to jump around, move forward, attacking, all that stuff's just going to be the same in the next game. Yeah, I mean, if after you spend all the time to make all that, but then at that point I could just pay someone else to have made the plugin in the first place too. I mean, I don't need to learn the C++. Like, yeah, in the long run it would probably pay off, but most people don't even make it through the first game, let alone 5 games down the road or anything like that. Have you released 5 games? Maybe you have, I don't even know. You could have released 20 for all I know. Like, I haven't made 5 games of any real merit, so I made little games, but they don't matter. What are they doing? I solved that problem. That's right. Yeah, I think it's something you want to learn later. If you're going to learn it. Not on your first game. If you, Unreal 4 does in fact support blueprints. Yes. It is, the reason why I ended up picking this engine over Unity. I originally tested UE4 ages ago and I was like, wow, this is the easiest engine of all of them. Why in the world does anybody use coding anymore? Whereas Unity was significantly harder. What a crappy engine. Terrible company, terrible engine. Oh god. Ugh. At least that was what I learned. My brief experience with it was just, I was very unimpressed. I tried it before Unreal and I was like, man, what about this engine? And then the company turned out to be trash too. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's why I say it, like, people don't know what they're getting into, and that's why I say you want to save as much time as possible, because people don't know what they're getting into. I mean, here I'm looking at this as like a runway of 2 years. That's a lot. So, actually about a year and 9 months, actually, technically, that's what I'm thinking. But we'll say 2 years. So that's what I say, you don't want to add, like, you know, 4 or 5 months of trying to learn how to be a pro programmer just so you can make use of that. You want to get on the ground and running as fast as possible. In all reality, if you're really smart, you should try to use the pre-made stuff as much as possible. But some of us, like me, have decided not to do that. It makes for a better game. I'd imagine how fast I could have shot out a game otherwise. I just took any one of the pre-mades and built something off of that. Man. Yeah, it's largely the same blueprints in Unreal 5. They added some new stuff in here, but they didn't, the vast majority of the old stuff is still there. Goodness knows Epic sure likes to never get rid of anything. Sometimes it's a little too bloated. Yeah, if you're already a dev, I mean, like I say, I just don't recommend anyone new get into it. You know, if you already knew it or you've been in the business for a long time, why not? You've already proven you can make games. But most people will just fail making their games, so you really want to put the least amount of things in the way of them. Besides, in like 5 years, all the well, probably less than 5 years, AI will be typing out all the syntax anyway. It's already practically doing it. With how fast it's progressing, I'll be surprised if it's even necessary for anyone to know it by that point. And blueprints will just get more efficient because Epic really wants blueprints to be the entire engine. Like, they're very ease of use. They don't really care about performance per se. That's true. That's really true. But they sure do like their ease of use. What are they planning on doing? I've lost my train of thought on what I was even thinking of doing. Probably the 7:46 a.m. kicking in. Yeah, I really do think that, you know, if you have been in it for a while, yeah, I would probably learn it. I mean, I may even learn C++ at some point. Not for this game, no. Not even close on this game. I don't care at all for this game, but maybe for the next one over time, I'll pick up some of it. Depends how well this game does. If this game makes a bunch of money and I never had to touch C++, then the next game's not touching C++ either. That's great. The game makes no money, then I don't know what I do if the game makes no money. That'd be weird. That'd be a pretty colossal failure. I wouldn't know what I would do on the point. Be like, huh, nothing, zero, huh? Damn, that's not what I clicked. That's fair. Not everything's possible in blueprints. I mean, so far I haven't really found anything I couldn't do in blueprints, but to be fair, I haven't tried everything, and I'm hardly an expert. I'm sure there's plenty of things that can't be done in them. Green is driving me nuts. The more I'm looking at it, it's like going... Ugh. So it does kind of light up the area. Nice. Well, the blue really does help kind of bring up the counter the green, doesn't it? Damn. Fine. Everybody likes waterfalls. I get it. Fine. Yeah, that's true. I definitely don't know much about every game. I won't claim to be an expert on anything of the sort. The only thing I'm an expert on is watching people fail at making games. As I said, I came from the RPG Maker community. Let me tell you about the world of people failing to make games. Ah, yes. Yeah, we saw much of that. Yeah. Well, see, the beautiful part about that community is everyone who shows up there is like a hobbyist with a dream, but they have no concept of what is actually possible at all. Nothing. My favorite thing like I've ever read, it was like on a Reddit about, you know, game dev, was the guy who showed up the RPG Maker community and he said he just wanted to make a little game like Final Fantasy IX before he made his own game. His exact words. That's all. Just a little game like Final Fantasy IX before he makes his own game. When you deal with people like that, like, it's just adorable. Like, yeah, not a problem. I was like, I got this. It was totally, you know, just because it was made by hundreds of people doesn't mean you couldn't make it an RPG Maker in a week, right? Whatever. Yeah, like the whole community is just littered with people like that, and it's just there's no concept of anything. Whereas when you go to any other engine, people actually have some idea of what they're doing because they've actually had to make real things, or they've had real experience. They know what it's like to need to plan something. Not over there. It's pretty funny to watch. So yeah, it's very awkward coming from there to here. Here are these nav meshes. I'm gonna just go ahead and group this shit. Group on it. Oof. That's a long time. That's a real long time. But to be fair, there was a guy in the RPG Maker community who'd been there for 30 years. Never successfully made a game. I'm just saying, you're doing better than that guy. Like, wow. The guy knew a lot about coding. Right? He was definitely one of the JavaScript gurus of the area. I mean, I knew a fair amount, but dude knew more than me. I don't even claim to come close. But like many people in the community, he made the cardinal error that they all do, and that's they kept putting things in the way of accomplishing the goal. There's always, you know, maybe I'll do this game jam, or maybe I need to learn this, or I need a plugin to do this, or, you know, wouldn't it be cool if I had this, or just I need to learn to do some kind of art thing, or just something. Like, there were ways they could have shortcutted things and they wouldn't do it. And that just led to them basically never accomplishing anything. And don't get me wrong, I've done dumb crap like that too, so I'm not exactly immune. I'm becoming more and more aware of exactly, like, I keep it in the back of my mind what things might not even make it to this game because of the scope problem. I know there's some things that are really close to being on the chopping block. That's why you don't see me working on them. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Anyone who finishes projects regularly, even if you take, as long as you get to the end of the project, if it takes you a long time, so be it, you know? If you have to move the mountain one pebble at the time, as long as the mountain gets moved, it's still a success. Granted, I'd kind of prefer to do more than one at a time, but, you know, it's fine. Yeah, the water really does help, doesn't it? Damn. This room is already so full of crap. That is kind of half of its charm too, isn't it? Boing, boing. I gotta get rid of this. Like, I don't like it that there's a way to run around a lot of these areas here like this. Yeah, well, I mean, after 6 or 7 years, there had better be some reusable stuff, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm hoping to have like 3 or 4 games made in that time. I will accept like 2 or 3. I don't. 4 might be kind of. I don't know if it's a small game, but. Or if I do a game jam. Oh yeah, I gotta fix these. That's right. I forgot about these. Oh boy. Let's see if we can cheat some collision here. I highly doubt it. Go to like the halvesy range first and see what happens. Actually, that's surprisingly close. I'm gonna call that good enough. There is an unfortunate thing because my character is tiny. The collision does actually need to be better than normal on things because she'll use it as a platform or something, but that's pretty close. Obviously, this is a catastrophe. Close enough. We work under the close enough theory. Is that close enough? I don't even know if that's close enough. It looks like it's inside of the hood. Why did the other one come out so good and this one come out so crappy? Oh no. Yeah, that won't work because Poppet will fall inside of it right there and there as well. Also here. Damn. So be it. I may come along and optimize these a bit later. We'll see how that goes. Close enough. As long as we're relatively near there, whatever. I may try that one out just to see how it goes. All too often, I really am kind of just caught in a unfortunate scenario here where I just have to use complex or it won't work out very well. On the other hand, Poppet might not be able to scale some of these because they're so angled like that because I intentionally scaled them higher than normal. That might not be a problem. Don't have an easy way to test on these. Damn. Probably just leave them as they are, and then if people manage to jump up to weird areas, so be it. Yeah, it's kind of the problem. Like you can see, you'll just kind of go partial way into things. Yeah. It is kind of awkward. Might qualify as just good enough, though. But I'm sure there'll be ways to get up here, too, because there's a flying ability later, too, so that will be a thing. Yeah. I really like this map. Whatever it is about having multi-layers to just go through, it really makes me happy for some reason. I'm definitely going to be reliant more on combat than I am on this. Okay, these suck. There's a hole in the end there I have to deal with at some point. I'm definitely going to rely on combat and just looking around in places a lot more, like trying to find things as the main gameplay mechanics versus actual platforming. As a bonus, because, you know, most of these areas are so big, she can kind of follow you, not everywhere, but she can't follow you here, but what I need to do is come up with a really good idea for how to make a ghost work. Because I want her to be able to float through stuff, but largely on the same plane. I don't want her to fall through the floor. I would prefer to not have to make it where every single actor she encounters is that way, or have to put every single thing in the world as an actor. Ugh, think about it. I'm sure there's a good way to do it. Because I can't turn the other things that she's about to hit as you know, not solid, like, because other things could hit it too and then they get stuck in it and that's a problem. I guess if she just has a flying AI, it's okay that she could pass through stuff. I need to have something she couldn't pass through though to really restrict her though. Ghost characters are problematic. Because she could just leave the whole building too. And that's a problem. So I'll have to plan something for that. Yeah, I'm not sure how much more I'm going to go after this. I never did look up how to raid somebody. How does one do this? If I can find someone who's like interesting or something and send people to and something, so I don't just leave everyone hanging. But it's like 8 a.m. here. This on a better looking scene or something like that. I realize I haven't actually looked at a lot of the game development devs out there. Is exciting. Pick one. It's exciting. Ugh. Go to check and see someone streams it with rating and like or something like that, and it's like commercials. I'm like, oh, that's no fun. Right. Anyway. I'm just gonna keep working on this, and maybe I'll think of someone who's worth reading at some point. That person's doing nothing. Nice. Well, I should find someone with, like, you know, one viewer or something like that, and then, you know, share the love, right? All become buddies. UE5 game. Yep, I like UE5 game. God. Yeah, sure. Trying to teach myself useful things 1 second here. Yeah, this guy's got a pretty for an avatar. I like this guy. Perfect. Who knows if he's any good? Work. Go raid this boot dude guy. I don't know if he's any good, but anyway, I'm staying awake now. He's working in UE. He's got a pretty. I don't even know if he's talking. Can't even tell. Sure. If he's even talking. Talk. Buddy. Pal, friend.